Good afternoon, everyone. We now call the work session to order. We certainly appreciate everyone being here. I guess we'll start out, we start with fiscal matters first with page 1, Ms. Ashley Meyer, page 16. Page 16, 11th House Solutions. Hello.
Good evening, Council Chair and members of the Council. The Baltimore County Office of Government Reform and Strategic Initiatives is seeking one or more on-call grant writing firms to assist various county offices in seeking and applying for a variety of federal, state, and local funding sources on an as-needed basis. The county previously approved Wallace Montgomery and Associates as a county on-call grant writing firm, and the county has chosen 11th House Solutions to move forward in the process at this time. Currently, very few county departments have the capacity to compile grant applications and devote time to grant seeking, as this was not a priority in past administrations. However, strategic pursuit of grant funding has been identified as a priority by the current administration, particularly with additional federal funding opportunities in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, including significant infrastructure funding availability by the federal government. County offices in need of grant writing or grant seeking services will engage with an on-call grant writing firm and provide payment as needed through the office's budget for services rendered. Due to the high volume of federal funds currently competitively available, more than one grant writing firm is needed to both respond to the need and to address various types of expertise required.
Well, any questions or comments from the members?
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Meyer, thank you so much for your testimony, and just want to share a quick story with everyone. Years ago, in my first term as council member, I was made aware of a program called Safe Walks to Schools, which was federal dollars that could be given to local jurisdictions to create sidewalks and safe walks to schools. And the response of the previous administration, let's just say, was not there. And in one of my first meetings with the county executive, the current county executive, I mentioned this program to him, and he said, we're going to reach out and see if we can get this grant money. And so I'm going to be in full support of this contract. I think it's money out there that doesn't necessarily come from Baltimore County taxpayers that we can tap. And I appreciate your work on it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Crandall. Go ahead, Councilman Mark.
I completely agree with Councilman Crandall. That was also a very frustration for me dealing with the previous administration, is that they didn't seek out these opportunities. I had worked at the state and federal departments of transportation and knew that these opportunities for bike trails and sidewalks was there. And I agree with Councilman Crandall. I'm full support of this because it's money that's available that we're not seeking out. So you'll have my vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. I certainly appreciate my colleagues' comments because I agree 100%. It just makes sense to go out and intentionally look for these grants and bring them back to the citizens of Baltimore County where they can do some good versus someplace else. Yes, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the council. That is definitely our agenda because it's an appropriate best practice and strategy because we can leverage our local dollars for match money or other kinds of support. We should always seek federal, state, and private philanthropic dollars to help support our work here in the county, and it's very much our agenda. The team knows I often say, spend other money before we spend local money and use local money to leverage. So that is our agenda, and Councilmember Crandall and Marks, I do understand that feeling because it does come with reporting requirements, et cetera. But that would be a good problem to have. Just get the money and we'll figure out how to manage it. I think we're good at that. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Patoka?
Just a couple of quick questions. So Wallace Montgomery is an engineering firm.
Yes.
So could you tell me how the engineering firm works with 11 House Solutions, the relationship between the two?
There are two separate firms. We currently have a contract approved with Wallace Montgomery, and we've utilized their grant writing services for infrastructure-based grants.
I see.
So we currently utilize them for 1.7 million in potential grant funding. They wouldn't work with 11th House because 11th House has different skill sets and capabilities. The department in question would choose which contractor best suits the needs of the grant application they're seeking.
I see. So they would help with like marketing and marketing and kind of technical expertise on certain
So,
parameters that you might need to get the federal grant?
so they would write the actual grant application.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
And then I have a question for Ms. Rogers. So Ms. Rogers, the county has a government legislative team for council, legislative team for state. Do we have a federal legislative team? And Ms. Rouse? Gotcha. So our federal priorities would go through Kimmy's office. Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call on page 20, everyone. We'll call Ms. Deb Schindel, Chief of Property Management. Ms. Schindel?
Good evening,
Good evening.
Councilman Chair and members of the council. The administration is requesting an approval for a contract with Lorenz Landscaping to provide landscaping, maintenance, and streetscape services at various locations throughout the county. At no event shall the total compensation paid to the contractor exceed the $930,000 during the entire life of the agreement. This is a one-year contract with 4 one-year renewals. This contract has an MBE goal of 20%. It was a competitive bid, and it was awarded for not only the lowest price, but best qualified and experience. Just for public information, we had 4 different sections that were bid out as part of this contract so that different vendors could bid on smaller portions of this contract. Unfortunately, there was another vendor that was a lower bid and qualified, however, to decline to take on the role of any of the contracts. So we had to go to the second lowest bidder, who was Lorenz Lawn and Landscaping. And that concludes my testimony if you have any questions.
Well, I will just start by thanking you and the other members of the administration for taking the time to brief us on these contracts and give us some assurances of the direction the county is going and the steps that are being taken to make sure we give opportunities to other or many people throughout Baltimore County. Any additional questions or comments from any of the members? All right, next contract.
Thank you.
Sure.
We are, administration is requesting approval of a contract with Burns Septic Tank and Line Cleaning for septic tanks, grease traps, and holding tanks, pumping and disposal services for various locations throughout Baltimore County. This was also a competitive bid. based on the lowest bid, best qualified, and experience. The total compensation paid to the contractor shall not exceed the $150,000 for the life of the contract. It is a 1 year with 4 one-year renewals. There were 2 other bidders. And for those who may be interested, we have 24 sites for septic and 10 that require regular grease trap cleaning.
Any questions or comments from the members? Hearing none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schindel. Next, we'll move on to page 30. David Likens.
Good afternoon, Chairman Jones, members of the County Council. The administration is requesting approval to acquire a perpetual forest conservation easements on 2 pieces of property up in the Piney Branch area of Baltimore County. This is financial matter 4 and 5. 4 is, the name of the property is King's Eye LLC. There's 41.15 acres that we would like to purchase a forest conservation easement on for $6,000 an acre for a total of $246,918. The second piece of property is immediately adjacent to it. Again, a forest conservation easement on Locust Hill Farms. It was 133 acres, almost 134 acres for $803,760. The criteria that we're using for whether or not we should purchase these is spelled out in the Forest Conservation Technical Manual for areas of forest that are high priority for retention. And there's 3 reasons, there's many reasons, but 3 of the prime reasons you can retain forest for high priority would be the size of the forest, greater than 300 acres, adjacent, and a piece of forest connects 2 larger adjacent pieces of forest, or it has a high structural diversity, which is a score spelled out in the technical manual. Both of these pieces of property meet almost all 3 of those. You really only need 1, but these properties meet all 3. They're up off of Butler Road in the Piney Hill section of the county, and they're just beautiful pieces of property. The funds for these, both of these were put into the capital budget actually in year 2020, financial year 2020 and 2021, so the money's already there.
Okay. Any questions? Comments from any members? Councilman Marks?
Oh, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Likens, and Councilman Catch and I were just looking at the location, and this actually is a benefit not just to Baltimore County, but specifically in the Chairman's District and Councilman Catch's district and in the 2nd District as well.
Great,
So this is a good one.
thank you.
Councilman?
I will summon the ghost of Councilwoman Bevins here. We are continuing to look on the east side for properties as well.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Likens, I realize that you have testified for 2 contracts.
Correct.
You're not allowed to leave yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, you can leave the chair, but you can't leave you can't leave the chamber.
Okay. I was confused. Okay.
We're just going to trap Mr. Likens in the chair and not let him move.
You can check in whenever you want, but you may never leave. I think I heard that before. Next, we'll move on to page 38, Director Lafferty.
It really would have been hard if Director Likens had stayed in this chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. The administration is requesting approval to acquire a perpetual conservation easement on approximately 25.65 acres of land on Pretty Dam Road in Parkton. This is a property owned by James and Catherine Herbert, and it's currently zoned RC2. The cost for this easement is $128,224, which is based upon a formula that is established in the county code, calculated at approximately $5,443 per acre. But in accordance with our negotiation with the owner, they have accepted a discount at $4,999 an acre. In acquiring this property, which is contiguous to the Pretty Boy Reservoir, as well as Gunpowder State Park, we will be extinguishing one development right. As I indicated, this is based upon a formula that's set out in our code in order to establish the value of this easement.
Okay, any questions or comments from the members? Okay, Director Lafferty, next contract.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The administration is requesting approval to acquire another perpetual conservation easement on approximately 58.3 acres for $408,106 under the county's agricultural land preservation program. Belfast Farms LLC is the current owner of the property, which is located on Keeney Mill Road in Freeland. The value for the easement is calculated at approximately at $7,604 per acre, but the property owner has offered a discount to $7,000 an acre. This will extinguish 5 development rights that exist on the property, which is in the Freeland and Maryland Line Priority Preservation Area in North County. We request your approval of this contract.
Any questions or comments from the members? None? Next contract, Mr. Lafferty.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The administration is requesting approval to acquire approximately 49.71 acres of land in fee simple. The auditor's report that you may have in front of you indicates it's a perpetual conservation easement. It's actually a fee simple acquisition in the amount of $403,500 under the state's Rural Legacy Program. And it's part of our coastal rural legacy area. Back 50 LLC is the current owner of the property, which is located on the Back River Neck Road in Essex. We will, once we acquire this property, be giving an easement to the Department of Natural Resources. The coastal rural legacy area encompasses approximately 15,433 acres of wetlands, forests, marshes, farmland, and habitat along the upper western shore of the Chesapeake Bay, and really it's the Gunpowder Delta, Bird River, Dundee Saltpeter area. These 49.71 acre acquisition is currently vacant and located on the west side of the Back River Neck Road. We have a completed appraisal for this $403,500 amount and ask for approval of this contract to purchase this land.
Any questions? Councilman Crandall?
Mr. Chair, one of the reasons I asked Mr. Likens to stick around was that the acquisition of this property has taken years. It has been quite a saga. And when Mr. Likens took it over and very deftly handed it off to Mr. Lafferty, we found the right program to preserve this land. And my thanks go out to both of you. I know that you both worked very, very hard for a long time to get this 50 acres preserved for the benefit of not only Essex, but Baltimore County in general. It's been a long saga. It's been years and years that this property has been under discussion. And between the two of you, you made it happen. And I can't thank you enough. I think that the community is going to be thrilled that this land is going to be put into preservation. And you guys didn't drop the ball, neither one of you, throughout the whole process. And I just really appreciate all the work and effort that went into getting to this point where Monday night we're going to finally vote on this 50 acres of preservation on the Back River Neck Peninsula. So thank you both for all of your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, Mr. Lafferty, can you tell me now, where are we with our 80,000 acre goal? Are we above 70?
We're a little bit above 70.
Great. Thank you. Thank the administration and past ones for their dedication to this program. Really appreciate it.
And I think, Councilman, obviously, Director Likens reporting the acquisition of the forested land also adds to our preservation of the overall.
Yeah, well, it should, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions, comments? None? We will move right along to page 1. Director Howie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'm here today to request the council's approval for the supplemental appropriation of funds from the Maryland Department of Labor's Maryland Works for Wind Project Good Jobs Challenge Grant. In August of 2022, the U.S. Department of Commerce's Economic Development Agency awarded the Maryland Department of Labor $22.9 million through the Good Jobs Challenge Grant for its Maryland Works for Wind project. As we all know, offshore wind developers have identified Baltimore County, and specifically Trade Point Atlantic, as a major hub of the region's offshore wind industry. TPA is already slated to host the companies charged with manufacturing and assembling offshore wind turbine components and in providing other materials that are needed for wind energy projects in Maryland and throughout the entire East Coast region. These activities will require thousands of newly trained workers with entry-level and specialized skills in welding, fabrication, manufacturing, and others. Under the terms of the grant, the Maryland Department of Labor will create an offshore wind workforce development pipeline that will help produce skilled talent that is needed to grow the emerging offshore wind industry. Baltimore County is a sub-recipient of this grant. We were awarded $2,062,500 to support the local and statewide efforts that will be carried out under the grant. The Department of Economic and Workforce Development is the county lead. As a condition of the subaward, the county will coordinate the work of the training providers, which includes nonprofit agencies, community colleges, and unions that have been charged with providing residents across the state with the skills needed to support offshore wind activities. The majority of these federal funds will be used to pay the salaries of the staff that are needed to assist the department in executing this exciting opportunity. With that, we respectfully request the council's approval to appropriate these federal funds. I'd be happy to address any questions that you might have.
Councilman Vitoka.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Howie. I'm just trying to connect the dots here. So this grant, this DEWD sought this grant?
No, this was a grant opportunity that the state of Maryland Department of Labor sought. It was a competitive process. More than 500 proposals were submitted, and Maryland was one of the awardees, and the only one who was awarded a grant in the space of offshore wind.
Okay, gotcha. Because I was trying to put together 11th House Solutions on seeking federal grants and how that filters down to our local level. But this would come through the state. So 11th House Solutions, which we spoke about earlier, would be looking at other opportunities in other areas.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Crandall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Howie, thank you for your work on this. Obviously I represent the Trade Point Atlantic property, and the opportunity for offshore wind for us to be the hub on the entire East Coast in Baltimore County, and the possibility of actually making steel and fabricating steel back on that property is a huge opportunity. And you mentioned briefly, but I think it's worth re-mentioning the job opportunities that offshore wind open up in Baltimore County. Skilled labor, non-skilled labor, the opportunity for skilled trades. I've been told that if offshore wind reaches its potential in Maryland, that we're looking at hundreds of just welders that need to be hired, trained and hired. So the skilled trades are alive and well in Baltimore County, and I think this is the step that we need to take in order to reach our potential, because we're right there. We're going to be a manufacturing hub once again, and we're this close. And this is another step in the direction. So thank you for your work on it.
Correct. And one thing to add to that, it's not, yes, we are a hub, a international hub, and this project is really more, we think of it as more than just Maryland's offshore wind industry. That point I mentioned, this is for, it's really not just for the East Coast region, because the manufacturing that the developers are going to do will support their products worldwide. So we truly have a unique opportunity here.
And you look at the logistical makeup of Trade Point Atlantic with the ability to move things by ship, by train, by truck. It's just taking advantage of everything that property has, and the partnership with Baltimore County and Trade Point Atlantic, I think, should be commended. We've gone from what, 0 jobs to 12,000 jobs on the site right now, and we're looking at more. So the work that you're doing is very important, and I do appreciate it from our perspective in the 7th District. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we certainly appreciate your work and your efforts, Director Howie. And Councilman Crandall, if you don't mind, I'm going to congratulate each and every one of us when we talk about jobs down at Trade Point Atlantic. We, the council, Baltimore County, have been certainly supportive in helping Trade Point Atlantic develop and realize all these jobs. We were not timid. We leaned in and provided this support when necessary to provide those jobs. So we all should be very proud of what's going on at Trade Point.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair, and it has been a true public-private partnership that has led to the success so far. And as I said, we're not done.
Absolutely. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Director Howie. And next, we will move on to reappointment of Stephen Thomas to the Baltimore County Revenue Authority. Is Mr. Stephen Thomas here by any chance? Okay. Next, we will move on to page 49, Resolution 2-23. Mr. Marks?
Much.
Sure.
So this resolution would ask the planning board to consider the development of Greater Middle River Design Guidelines. The Essex Middle River Civic Council has worked very hard to develop proposed design standards for new construction in that part of the county. They've actually done quite a bit of work on this. And in the discussions we had with the Department of Planning and the administration, it was suggested that we send these guidelines to the planning board for their review. And that's what this resolution will do. As you know, the Middle River area is experiencing tremendous growth. And there is some interest in making sure that the high-quality standards that we see in projects like Greenlee are replicated throughout that area. So this resolution does that. It sends those proposed guidelines to the planning board for their review, and then we would receive those back to us.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from any of the members? Hearing none, we're going to move on to, is there a speaker? Resolution 2-23, I did not see that. Would you like to speak, please come on up. We thank you for being here and
You want to see what's there?
come right ahead.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you and good afternoon, Council. My name is Cecily Bedwell. I'm with the firm Design Collective. We're located in Baltimore, Maryland. We wrote the draft of the said design guidelines for Greater Middle River. I have been working with Bob Bendler and the community groups on that. Presented to Mr. Marks and met with the county very recently. I'm here on behalf of Bob Bendler. He asked me yesterday, and so there's a little short notice. Sorry, I didn't go through the proper channels to sign up, but I appreciate you hearing me out. We wrote also the design guidelines for Greenlee as part of the pattern book. Based on that and the relationship between Somerset, St. John's Properties, and the community, Bob Bendler asked them to contract with us to write the design guidelines on behalf of the community. So this has been a very community-led and driven exercise, and I think this will give a level of quality and assurance. They are guidelines. They're not, mandated. They're a little bit looser than the requirements that we have at Greenlee, which are mandated. But this will give the community a measuring stick, a bar to hold up when developers or other individual lots come through to build within Middle River. So.
Okay. Thank you very much and appreciate you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Appreciate you talking about Greenlee. I was there when we dedicated a plaque to the late, great Kevin Kamenetz, County Executive Kevin Kamenetz, for his efforts to make Greenlee happen.
Absolutely. We were just there on site today, walking by that very sculpture. So doing a site tour of Greenlee.
All right, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sure. Go ahead, Councilman Urtel.
I would just like to say, I have a piece of Middle River. I talked to Bob Bendler last night, actually, and would like to go on as a co-sponsor. Councilman Marks agrees to that, so.
Certainly. It's, and I want to commend the developers, St. John's Property and Somerset, are terrific partners with the community, and this is a real strong collaborative process. So thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman Urtel.
Okay. Okay, next, we will do the appointment. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me make sure I could pronounce your name right. There we go. I can get it right now. Next, we'll do the appointment or reappointment, I should say, of the County Administrative Officer, Ms. Stacy Rogers. Ms. Rogers?
I prefer to sit here since this is the first place I sat when we had my first hearing. Good afternoon, Chairman Jones and members of the council. I am honored to come before you in consideration of my reappointment as County Administrative Officer for Baltimore County, or as I like to refer to it as beautiful Baltimore County.
Ms. Rogers, I hate to interrupt your statement, but I must. I think the protocol is you're supposed to tell us who's here with you first.
I have that in the next section.
Yeah, I know, but we always ask you to do that first.
Okay, I will do that.
Good.
I am equally honored to I'm equally honored to have joined me for this special occasion and in honor of Valentine's Day, the loves of my life, my true heartbeats, my husband, Ernest, my son, Alexander, and my grandsons, Alexander II and Aiden. Alexander and Aiden All who know me know of my deep love and affection for my family, particularly my grandsons. I sincerely thank them for understanding when I cannot be with them because I'm here at work, and for still loving me unconditionally. Thank you to all 4 of my heartbeats. I also want to acknowledge my work family, who truly are the wind beneath my wings. My immediate team members, Leslie Wigfield, Savitra Peoples-Brown, Kayenda Tessajwi, Twesaji, we're getting that right, Christian Benford, and a new member of the team, Ms. Sharonda Evans. Team, I could not do this work without your support, and I am truly grateful for everything that you do to help me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as I was mentioning, I like to refer to Baltimore County as beautiful Baltimore County, borrowing from Councilmember Patoka's theme for the beautiful second district. I feel like if Prince George's can be gorgeous, we can be beautiful. As many of you know, I am a proud coal miner's daughter from Western Pennsylvania. My father and his 8 brothers were coal miners, and my great-grandmother was a steel worker. I have my great-grandmother's U.S. Steel ID badge from 1942 in my office. It is something that inspires me when I think about that time period and a woman working in a steel mill. Yes, I am a Rosie the Riveter legacy. I come from a family of proud blue-collar workers who understood what it took to get the job done and worked hard doing so. I carry that legacy within me. Working hard is in my DNA. Words cannot express how deeply honored and humbled I am to serve as the CAO of our beautiful county. In April of 2019, when I was nominated by County Executive John Olszewski and subsequently approved by a unanimous vote by the council, I accepted this position, pledging my full commitment to excellence and passion for service that has driven me throughout my career. I sincerely thank you and the county executive for having faith and confidence in me to carry out this important role, especially serving as the first African American and only the second female in the county's history to do so. Today, as I seek your approval for a second term of service, I remain committed to serving with distinction, maintaining the highest level of integrity and accountability. As a servant leader, I remain keenly focused on our charge to serve the members of our community and also to protect the public trust. As members of my team will attest, I remain focused on excellence in governance and helping our county to become a best practice jurisdiction, one that others from around the country will want to model. As my resume reflects, for nearly 35 years, I have had the privilege of serving in leadership positions in a number of agencies and jurisdictions, working with outstanding leaders at every level of government, including my tenure as an Obama appointee at the Social Security Administration headquartered here in Baltimore County. Leadership positions with the state of Maryland, the District of Columbia, Montgomery County, and Baltimore City. All were incredible experiences that prepared me for my current role as the CAO. For nearly 4 years, I've worked diligently with both the executive and legislative branch colleagues and members of the community to build capacity, enhance government operations, and resolve long-standing issues. I fully understand the importance of collaborative relationships, engaging in authentic communication and community engagement in order to effectively understand, address, and resolve problems. As a result of the global pandemic, the past few years truly presented us with significant challenges that we never experienced before, requiring us to work even closer, sometimes starting from blank sheets of paper, figuring it all out. And we rose to the occasion, and together we did just that. I'm very proud of all that we have accomplished together. The executive and legislative branches of government working in good faith to address the needs of those we are mutually charged to serve. Yes, looking back over the past few years, collectively, we have much to be proud of, and I thank you. Whether it was figuring out how to better understand and manage solid waste, Councilmember Patoka, we certainly learned a new reality. Beyond death and taxes, there is nothing certain but trash. It will never end. Or resolving a decade-old land swap with the state that clearly, I repeat, clearly was in the best interest of everyone, particularly the community members. Or working through a myriad of implementation challenges to implement our long-awaited vehicle height monitoring legislation. Or passing legislation that provides more transparency for county development fee waivers, shedding sunlight on something that I think is important. Or working collaboratively each year to develop and present for your approval the annual budget, allowing us to effectively deliver government services. And I thank my colleagues from the Auditor's Office and Mr. Boswick for all the work we do together. When it comes down to it, it's all about effectively solving problems and serving people. Government at its best. It is my sincere honor to work with each of you as we go about our jobs of delivering high-quality, effective services. As I look back over my wonderful career, I'm so thankful for those who saw my potential and provided me with opportunity, which ultimately led me here to Baltimore County to this role for such a time as this. And as I look forward to the next few years, I pledge to work with the same level of commitment to excellence and always keeping before me why we do this work, to serve the members of our community. In closing, I'd like to share with you one of my favorite quotes by Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton said, "If your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, to learn more, to do more, and to become more, then you are an excellent leader." I hope to have a few more years to inspire others to dream and do more. Thank you in advance for your favorable consideration of my reappointment. I look forward to continuing this journey with you. May God bless each of you and bless our beautiful Baltimore County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers.
I think that,
Well, I will open it up to the floor. Councilman Crandall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
We can clearly see who your favorite is, Izzy.
And if you don't mention something about the third district, Wade Catch's head will explode. So you got to say something nice about the third district, right, Wade?
All of our land preservation.
There we
that
go.
We definitely work to maintain and working with the agricultural community, which has been an eye-opening experience as well.
Wade doesn't know anything about that. Ms. Rogers, it's been a pleasure working with you. I look forward to voting for you on Monday evening.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Councilman Katz?
Mrs. Rogers, I usually don't have much confidence in people from Pennsylvania, but I will make an exception in your case. You know, in our Baltimore County school system, I was a school teacher for many years, as you know, and we have a lot of teachers from Pennsylvania who have come down to Maryland to teach because all the schools in Pennsylvania are little townships and it's difficult to get a job. So, did you go to Pennsylvania public schools?
I did.
Ooh, well, okay. I seriously, and your staff members, the three that are here, they have approached me at a private meeting about you.
Okay.
And I get the idea it's not too good, but, you know, we can talk through it. But all seriousness, your job has got to be one of the most difficult jobs in Baltimore County. I've never seen you, except for being cool, calm, and collected. And, you know, you must have nerves of steel. And I don't know if I talked to your husband or son, whether or not there's another side to you. I don't, there is no, okay. But I appreciate all that you do for Baltimore County. Our county executive, I know, has, he's very demanding. I know that. And he's, you know, doing a great job. And I want to thank you for all the openness and transparency that is the earmark of this administration. And since you are the one that is responsible for carrying out the job of the county, I certainly want to thank you because obviously this openness and transparency is a message that you have been able to successfully let all the departments know that this is what we're doing. I think you know that I believe that government needs to involve other people, its citizens, in decisions that are being made, and we need to involve citizens so we can get their input, et cetera. And I know you feel the same way, and I appreciate it so much. So obviously, I'm going to support your renomination. And I wish you all the best for next 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, or what? I think maybe your husband, I don't know, or you want her to retire and you can vacation, et cetera. Is that why your hands up? 4 years. Okay. Okay. So you have it planned. Excellent. Excellent. So again, thank you for the job you do. Thank you so much. And I look forward to working with you over the next 3 years. And was it 10 months, 9 months, whatever it is. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Catch. It's a pleasure to work with you as well.
Councilman Potoka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Rogers. You know, I think the world of you. You're always the consummate professional. And I'm going to say something tonight that very few people know, Councilman Crandall, that I'm going to confess a relationship that Ms. Rogers and I have had since 2007.
We don't want
But
no
before
trouble. We don't
Ernest,
want any
Ernest,
trouble
before you and Alexander get riled up, let me please explain. So Ms. Rogers and I met in 2007. I think you were Assistant Secretary for the Department of Human Resources for the
Exactly.
state of Maryland. And she was a new employee and I was a new employee in the governor's office. And a lot of our work overlapped. And we both had pretty significant drive times. And so the way we would use our drive time is we would have a morning call every morning that lasted many years.
Absolutely.
And we would talk about each day how we were going to resolve the issues of, and sometimes it was social, but most of the time it was like, how do we resolve issue A, and then issue B, and then issue C, and so on. And it was the most useful drive time I've ever had. And I never thought that, our relationship from 2007 it was from 7 to 8 every morning, almost 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. We would meet again here in Baltimore County. We stayed in touch,
We did.
but we met again in different capacities. And I'm so proud of your journey and your path and the job you've done here. I'm really honored to work with you. And sometimes, we do get down, we work on nuts and bolts of government issues like trash, like code enforcement, like affordable housing, which I think we're going to hear a little bit more today. But it's really, it's the job while, I hear people come and say, Madam Mayo, with great respect, but it's really, you're still down in the trenches trying to resolve these nuts and bolts issues of government and doing an outstanding job. You've got your family support clearly. I think you've got the support of the council. You certainly have the support of this council member, and really I feel like I have grown as a professional just in working with you over these 15 years.
15 years.
So thank you for what you do, and I look forward to an affirmative vote on Monday.
Thank you, Councilmember Patoka. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Councilman Martin?
Well, I guess we can't disagree with Dolly Parton, right? She's like motherhood and apple pie. And thank you very much for your help with the Mount Vista project. That was a tremendously complicated project and will be finalized soon by the Board of Public Works, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
That's coming up, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You were a real leader in that, and I personally very much appreciate your help. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rogers, I guess want to thank you so much for the work you do for the citizens of Baltimore County. It has certainly been a pleasure working with you. As was mentioned earlier, you without a doubt are a very, you exemplifies the meaning of professional. You work extremely long hours for the citizens. You have a very extensive public service career. And we are very happy that you landed here because we get the benefit of all of the knowledge you have gained throughout your public service career, whether it be at the federal level, the state level, or here at the local government level. And I am very happy that we have you. And, you exemplifies the meaning of excellence in terms of a public servant. So we thank you so much, and we look forward to voting for you Tuesday. So thank you very much, and I want to thank your family for coming out, and appreciate it. And I know we were a little out of order. I had to stall. I was glad you came back, Cliff. I was getting ready to dance to sort of stall, to sort of get you guys in and out before we moved on to our housing issues. So thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it very much. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Now we will move on to page 4. Mr. Terry Hickey, you're up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council.
Good afternoon.
It's a real honor to come on and speak to you after one of my mentors was here talking about her career. A lot of inspiration I've gotten from Madam Mayo through the years, and I know this is one of the issues that's dear to her heart. I'm also honored to speak to you during the same session that we talked about the benefit of all of the jobs coming to the county that we're creating, because dear to my heart is the idea of the housing we're going to need for all the folks that want to come here to work and what that's going to contribute to the overall conversation. And I'm also happy to spend Valentine's Day with you, although my wife had different thoughts and made plans with my son that do not include me. But I love this stuff, so we're okay. I want to start with Bill 4-23, the Housing Opportunity Fund. This would establish a non-lapsing housing opportunity fund to provide sustained investment in the creation of new and preservation of existing housing opportunities in Baltimore County. You're well aware that the county executive impaneled an affordable housing work group that reached a series of recommendations. I want to thank Councilman Patoka for his participation on behalf of the council on that work group. This is really the first main public step to start to engage with the council and the public with some foundational, fundamental tools that we need in order to do housing work right in the county. And I just want to say right off the bat that I am incredibly appreciative of the conversations with all of you, not just on these issues, but housing in general and the intersectional issues that that creates. I'm very hopeful that we're going to do some great things here in the county. We do know that Baltimore County, like jurisdictions around the country, is facing a growing issue of a shortage of housing that is hitting low to moderate income families particularly hard. Incomes simply are not keeping up with rapidly rising rents. It's becoming increasingly harder for families to find housing near where they work, where their children attend school. In some cases, it's hard for residents to maintain the housing they already have. We need more options. The Housing Opportunity Fund, at its fundamental level, will support this work by allowing us to provide gap financing to support the development, redevelopment, preservation, and rehabilitation of new and existing housing. All of those issues, I think, are going to be very important for our strategy moving forward. It can provide assistance to renters, homeowners, and home buyers. It can help acquire, rehabilitate, resell, or lease purchase properties, including vacant, abandoned, and foreclosed properties. We'll talk more about that tonight. It can provide for land banking of vacant, abandoned, or foreclosed properties in the county, should the county choose to pursue a land banking policy in the future. And above all, it can equitably increase and preserve the affordability and accessibility of housing opportunities for all persons of eligible income in the county. The fund can provide assistance in the form of loans, guarantees, grants, and direct financial assistance. The county's financial assistance utilized through the fund may supplement or match other federal, state, and county financial assistance, and it would be administered jointly by the directors of DHCD and OBF. The administration intends to seed this fund with $16 million in previously announced ARP funding. Also, our $3 million annual commitment tied to the county's VCA would be allocated to the fund. We can add additional general funds to this opportunity fund, but DHCD, and you have our commitment on this, we've talked about it tonight, and other venues, will be aggressively pursuing other sources of funding. State and federal grants, philanthropic institutions, private investment. The federal government has announced a number of competitive opportunities that will be released over the coming months to support not only housing, but community infrastructure investment to go along with housing. Oftentimes, this will require a dedicated housing fund to be eligible. When the federal budget comes out in March, I am told there will be a number of innovative housing initiatives that include proposed investments in infrastructure to go along with housing. We want to have our fund up and running and ready to receive that. The county executive has made this one of his top priorities in Annapolis, requesting an additional matching $16 million in state dollars, and we will continue to look for additional opportunities to leverage funding. Just want to be clear with this fund because there have been some questions. The county does not have an intention of serving as a landlord or a developer. That's not going to change under this legislation. This fund is a mechanism for the county to be an investor in quality projects. And that investment role gives us the ability to ensure these developments are held to high standards and are transparent. Whether we're investing in new development in areas of opportunity or revitalizing older communities through the redevelopment of blighted and vacant property, that includes failing retail and commercial properties, Our involvement in the end will ensure high-quality development that includes multi-income and multi-use projects. Establishing this fund, we would join the vast majority of our neighboring jurisdictions in creating a permanent funding mechanism to support housing development. We know the depth of need that exists in the county, both for rental and home ownership opportunities. This fund will greatly enhance our ability to meet that need. Thank you so much for your consideration of this bill, and I will hear for questions.
Any questions, comments from the members? Councilman Crandall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hickey, every budget cycle, I think there's what, $3 million, there's $3 million that is put into economic development, workforce development. Does this replace that fund?
This would be a standalone fund dedicated to housing development. So the 3 million that would go into the mix of everything in the economic development fund would instead allocate to this fund, where it'd be reported on separately.
Okay, so we're not going to, when the budget is brought before us this spring, we're not going to see a separate line item for the $3 million. We're satisfying the settlement agreement through this fund.
If I
Correct.
understand you correctly, Councilman, we won't be trying to double that. That's the expectation in the budget is the 3 million. It would just go to a different place.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hickey. Ms. Rogers, I think, has a comment, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Ms. Rogers?
But to be clear, yes, it would still satisfy the VCA. The advocates and HUD are aware of this legislation, and that money has been there when the administration began. We clarified that the 3 million was indeed going to continue because we had more work to do in developing hard units. But yes, it will, specifically answer your question, yes, it will satisfy the VCA, even though it will be directed into the fund.
Okay. Well, I'm of the opinion that the dollars, I mean, I'm one of the members that voted to cut that funding in numerous budgets, I believe, correct? Councilman Catch, Councilman Marks? We all thought that money was misplaced and not in the right agency. So I'm just going to leave it at that. So I have a full understanding of where we're heading here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any additional questions or comments?
Yeah.
Councilman Cass?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Mr. Hickey, first of all, please involve communities and people in the decisions that are made. When you work with people, you'll find they have so many great ideas. And, you know, as a county, as a government, we never want to give the appearance that we're doing something without the public knowing. I mean, that is just wrong. Secondly, the fund is 16 million. And okay, I'm kind of confused about the answer. Will the 3 million be part of the 16 million, or will it actually be 19 million?
So when you establish a fund like this, you want to be able to seed it with significant dollars to begin with. So we have the 3 million in general funds that was already flowing under the VCA that would go to this fund instead of the economic development revolving loan account. Separately, the county executive has directed 16 million of our recovery funds to be used, which is one of the primary vehicles for ARP funds, by the way, is housing development. That will be used to seed the fund in the beginning as well.
So it's actually 19 million then?
19, and then we're going to do a full accounting of any dollars that had not been already committed to previous developments. All housing development funds will be accounted for and allocated into this fund as allowed by OBF.
Okay. And my next question deals with, I believe I'm one of the people that said to you that I'm not too thrilled with, I'd like to see this money go to families. Families so they can afford to purchase a home or families that we're going to help them with their rent. Programs like this in the past in Baltimore County, the money has gone to certain people. I could name them. And this, I don't want that to happen. I think that the purpose of this money is to assist people and families, and we must make sure that that's what happens to this money, that it's not going to go into the coffers of certain groups in this county. I notice, I don't know if you probably, I don't know if you were around when, no, I guess you weren't, when this county gave $43 million for Towson. And to be honest with you, when you look at the buildings that are built, I mean, I'm like, I don't think we got our money's worth. I'll put it to you that way. So, I would feel a lot better if we could assign a percentage of this money actually going to families, to help families to afford housing, whether it be 50%, more than 50% or more than 60%, something like that. We've got to, I think we need to do that. And I'd like the administration to think about doing something like that so that we can benefit those families in this county that really need assistance, not people who already are well off, so to speak.
Right.
So, okay.
Councilman, I appreciate everything you just said. We've talked about this. I want to go back quickly to say I think you know how committed I am to transparent dialogue around these potential projects, even to the degree of speaking to communities before everything is fully baked. And I think having the funds available to move quickly in these deals in this volatile economy are going to give us more time to be upstream. So my commitment to you is very transparent to a fault discussions about what we're going to be doing and how do we, otherwise we're not going to get this done.
Right.
The other piece of this is, and I don't want to take us too far afield, I spent the last 3 days in Washington talking to HUD and Labor and USDA and other officials about the funding and what the Biden administration is looking to do. There's a tremendous amount of competitive dollars coming down the pike that'll be proposed in the budget cycle. We're going to have to aggressively go after to do the things that you want. One thing that was clear from the Deputy Secretary of HUD to the Special Assistant to the White House on Economic Policy was we have to balance benefits to our families with creation of an inventory of more housing. And so what we have to do is delicately balance the two together. I'll be honest, this isn't a lot of money. We're going to have to be incredibly shrewd investors. I've talked to many of you about this idea of protecting naturally occurring housing in the county. We're starting to see listings of apartments that are called impact investment opportunities. Impact investment means different things to different people. We need to get in the middle of these deals. We need to move money quickly to good developers that have track records that we work with to do acquisitions and preservation, make sure we stay ahead of these rising rental rates. I think we can invest money to support families. We're putting $4 million towards housing stability, case management, navigation for folks that find themselves unable to afford where they are now. And we went back to Treasury based on the success of our earlier eviction prevention work. And we've asked Treasury for, I don't know if we'll get it, but we've asked Treasury for an additional $5 million to do more direct rental assistance on top of the $115 million that we've already used to pay rent for Baltimore County residents. So I hear you loud and clear. My job is to come up with a strategy that gets us more houses and gets us more support.
Is this money going to be, can it be used to help someone, let's say, with a down payment on a home? A family that qualifies with income under 120%, I think that's what the bill says.
Right.
Yeah, and is that going to be part of the program?
The money that goes into this fund should be strictly used for the development and construction of new units or the acquisition and preservation of units. We do have money for down payments. I'll tell you that a big discussion in Washington the last few days was the inadequacy of the down payment assistance when there was so little in the market for people to find.
Can't we direct some of this money to go to down payments?
I have other money that we can direct to those, and there's other federal money we can seek to do down payments, particularly in the new budget federally. Counties that are investing money in the production of new attainable housing will be first in line to apply for this additional funds to layer on for things like security deposits, down payments, and others.
So are you saying that the 16 or 19 million dollars is simply going to go to developers? Is that
It'll
what
go
you
to the
just
development
said?
of housing, and yes, we need folks who can build them.
Developers? Is that what you're saying?
Developers, contractors, architects,
But not families?
families are going to be living in those homes, Councilman, that we don't currently have. But I will show you explicitly where we will be putting funds to do the other things. This is a carve out of over $100 million of ARPA. This is one piece that is going to housing development. There's lots of other pieces. I've been in front of you repeatedly over the last couple of years appropriating money to do these other things as well.
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial if you were to show me some of the other funds that, or come talk to me about other funds that are available for down payments, for rent subsidy, that kind of thing. You know, when I look at this Towson project, you know, I just hope that if this money is simply for developers, that this county is going to watch very carefully and is going to be involved in the planning and the execution of the improvements to these communities or the new construction, whatever's going to take place.
Absolutely.
It's a great concern to me. So.
Noted. I'll put something together for you.
Councilman Ketch? Sorry.
Where'd that come from?
Go ahead, Madam Aho.
Did you have something? Ms.
Yes,
Rogers?
sir.
Okay.
Councilmember Katz, you have our firm commitment to what is supportive services is what you're talking about in terms of the continuum of where we have to go. But it is clear we have to enhance our housing stock of attainable housing. That's something that we must do because we do have other programs. When you look at the strategy of where we're trying to go, this is one subset, as Director Hickey indicated. This is about the development of attainable housing, or actually, as Councilmember Patoka has talked about in the past, about reinvesting in communities where there's housing stock that need to be upgraded. I mean, there's housing, but it's not to the degree of upgrade where people can move into existing communities or into developments where we can use this money. We have a mandate that we have to do that. So this is a small pot of money to focus in on the development part on our full continuum. There are funds that support some of the things that you're talking about. The county executive has absolutely expressed his desire to have an agenda associated with home ownership as a part of what we're doing. But in order to do that, we've got to have attainable housing, whether that be new units or units that we're going into existing communities and giving them some love too, in housing that exists that could be brought up to standard in terms of families then being able to move to those houses. So it's a continuum. This is just one piece of it.
Councilman Ertel?
Councilman Ketch, I might have a good example of something that possibly this fund could help with. I have a community in my district called Fontana Village that has been a subsidized, not subsidized, but low-income housing for many, many years. And a developer, I don't know about a developer, an investor came in and bought this property about a year and a half ago. And what they're doing is they're rehabbing the units. The units haven't been rehabbed in many years, but they're rehabbing the units, and the rents are average $700 to $800 a month for a 2-bedroom townhome. And what this investor's doing is he's rehabbing the units, and then they're immediately raising the rents to $1,500 to $1,700 per month, displacing almost 60% of the people that live there. And these are people that are working 2-3 jobs to support a family, but they're also paying a somewhat decent rent, but they can't afford the new rent. This would be something where possibly we could take this, a project like that where we could keep those rents low. And the investor is doing this apparently because they're going to use most of the owner or the renters in this project are not Section 8 voucher holders. They're just paying their rent. So what this investor's doing is he's upping the rent, trying to bring in Section 8 vouchers to those properties so they can get that higher rent. But yet we've just displaced a couple hundred families that were living in a decent place. They had a community center. The community center got kicked out as well. We're trying to get them into an elementary school over on the east side, Sandy Spring Elementary. But it's a disaster. And this fund potentially would give us ways to maybe take a project like that and do it correctly and not displace families.
Is the investor going to sell the property or?
We don't know what he's going to do, but we do know that he's upping the rents dramatically. And that seems to be the MO, that he's trying to bring in people that have Section 8 vouchers, because then the federal government will pay the difference.
There's a guarantee.
Yeah.
Right. And remember, the Housing Choice Voucher recipients have choice to go wherever they want. So if folks choose to market, they're there. But I can't thank Councilman Ertel enough for raising that, because that isn't just sort of a thoughtful way this might work. Since we've announced even the intention to create the fund, we've received contact from multiple very well-respected developers in the space that have investors, Councilman Koch, that are already on board with this impact investing mentality, where when they buy, they agree to take a lower profit margin in order to organically preserve those lower rents, and are asking us to help preserve, let's say, certain units for homeless vets or others who are going to need a more consistent rent long term. So we have an opportunity to address everything Councilman Ertel just said, invest this money very wisely, and get the support of the investment community in this, which is starting to have. If we can get ahead of this, we'll be a model for the country. I'll tell you that.
Councilman Marks?
I'm going to pick my words very carefully because I'm sure the advocates are listening to this. I'm the only councilman here on the dais who was in office, and I believe the threat of a lawsuit originated. The Kamenetz administration didn't really brief us extensively. There were a couple briefings, but not many, on an agreement that has bound now, 3 councils and 3 administrations. VCA has nothing in there about providing community services to neighborhoods where we prioritize this type of housing. And you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Hickey. The Dunfield community, which I represent, where the decision was made to prioritize affordable housing, no recreational services, no public safety services in that area. A community where we have dozens of children every summer who have nowhere to go. And that's appalling that those provisions were not put into the VCA. And I hope everyone listening from a housing advocate world recognizes that. The VCA, as I understand it, has the following provisions. We are to advance, or we're to finish 1,000 hard units, correct? We are to consider the Home Act, which we've done. We were to pay damages and penalties and attorney's fees and that sort of thing. And also we were to implement a mobility housing program. Those are the four main components. And look, I have defended this, saying that we are under a microscope and we need to implement this. But I guess there's a concern with this large fund that we're breaking the VCA now. We're going much more beyond the VCA. I mainly want to make that point about, we have a VCA that prioritized housing with none of the services needed to support that population. And I want to also bring up Dunfield because it is a travesty that we did not put those services in place. I keep talking and talking and talking about this, and we need to do it. That's all.
I will just say this, that's why the community development part of DHCD is so important to this mix, because it's about community, not just housing. We're in very close agreement on that. We've talked a lot about this issue. We intend to do more. We're at 584 units approved under the VCA. So we've talked to the advocates and to HUD about the use of the funds. We still need to prioritize the groups and the types of housing played under the VCA. But what we want to do is create a vehicle for long into the future that takes into consideration our homeless residents, our vets, our seniors, our kids, and workforce housing on top of the need for affordable and deeply affordable. So it's part of a bigger strategy.
I just want to make that rhetorical question because I hope they're listening, because that VCA did not include those provisions that a lot of us could have supported. Thank you.
And Councilman Marks, the VCA did not include the council.
That's correct.
We were not party to that agreement.
That's correct. Thank you. Not directed at you, Mr. Hickey. No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilmember Marks and Councilmember Crandall, we were not here when the VCA was crafted, but what's clear is we, Mr. Hickey and I, and the team understand exactly what you're talking about, because we're human service people, and we understand what it takes to ensure a success of a family. And so you have to take those pieces into consideration. And that's what I keep talking about, this continuum. This legislation about the fund is about the part that we need to ensure that we create attainable housing, comply with the VCA with respect to the 1,000 units, and then there's a sub on that of 100 accessible units. But what we've shared with the advocates, which won't be a surprise to them because I too meet with them. I am knee-deep in this work with Mr. Hickey. When Mr. Hickey came, I let him know that, yes, we have to comply. But the county executive has been very clear. This is a broader agenda about ensuring that there's accessible housing across the continuum, going from homelessness to transitional services, which you have the wraparound services, because that's what we do in human services. So I can't, attest for the dialogue that happened when the VCA was developed, but I can assure that the work that we're doing is comprehensive work that takes those issues into consideration, because we know what families need to be successful. But we have to build units or rehab units, because we do have, Councilmember Patoka, your point about inner beltway communities. We have housing stock that if we would invest, bring some of these houses back online, and they're available to families in communities that have connectivity in places where what you're talking about is possible. Now, for Dunfield, we have no problem going back and looking at what we can do to support the families who live there. summer activities, et cetera, through our creative partnerships. And this is why the grant, the on-call grant writing is so important. We're going after every resource we can to fund the full continuum of what we need to do for families in this county. So I understand, it's unfortunate that those things were not considered, but true human service people, we understand that, keenly understand what it takes for families to be successful.
I get that. I mean, it's like the Towson loop. We finally got it under this administration because you recognized there was a need to have transit where appropriate. And I appreciated that. And I know you'll work with me on this. So thank you.
And thanks to the councilman's advocacy, the ownership at Dunfield is very open to being creative about what we're going to do. This is something we're going to see something done one way or the other. So thank you again.
Councilman Patoka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hickey. Mr. Hickey, I just want to speak on housing preservation for a moment. It's something that I spoke with you about when we discussed the Housing Opportunities Fund. It also relates to something that came up at the County Executive's Town Hall hearing, and it's about housing units that are out of compliance with their fire safety, which make them untenable. And so in the second district, I think there's 4 buildings. 3 are in the second district, and 1 is in Councilman Ertel's district in the 6th, where they have until 2033 to come into compliance, and so that they can remain tenable. And so I want to just bring this issue back to the discussion. If this fund, and maybe this is not center of the envelope use of this fund, but maybe edge of the envelope use of this fund, to assist people on fixed income that live at these 3 towers, 7 Slade, 11 Slade, 1 Slade. And I don't want to, there's one in the 6th district, and I don't want to misstate which building it is. But folks are on fixed income. I think we need to figure out a partnership, public partnership with folks that are currently residing in these towers, one for basic public safety, and, God forbid if there was a catastrophe that happened there. But like I said, probably this is not, the center of the envelope on this fund, but certainly edge of the envelope and something that we need to look at. And I think that it's one of the more significant things we could do with the housing opportunity funds. And I understand that there's other uses, but I don't want to let our time go by without bringing these to your attention again.
Appreciate your advocacy on that. And I do believe we had put our research heads together with the fire department and come up with a memo outlining a number of federal and state grant programs that we might, I think we want to be creative partners in helping figure out how to go find investment and build this fund and build more units. And I do want to point out, and I know it doesn't fit exactly here, but there is a world, back to something Councilman Ertel said, if there's a multifamily building that has a major infrastructure issue and it's not currently subsidized as affordable housing, and there's an opportunity to work with the existing owner or a potential purchaser to come in as part of the massive redevelopment of that building and the preservation of units for affordability, in situations like that, theoretically, the Housing Opportunity Fund could play a role. It would be considered bringing it up to code as part of a renovation. So
Well, thank you.
Yep. Gives us the opportunity to have those conversations.
And Councilmember Patoka, we've been working with the fire department on this piece because this is really based on state legislation that we're trying to come into compliance with. But one of the things that we may be able to talk with state partners about, because this literally is like an unfunded mandate, how can we address the housing stock where we need to come up to code, resources to do this. It sort of reminds me, Councilmember Marks, we were talking about how do we help with these septic system issues that, you know, had to do something. This goes back to the mansion in that community. So you have to help communities, especially older aging communities. So I see this in the same light. What can we do to partner, you know, with the state? Because it was a result of state fire code change that caused this. And we have been talking with Chief Rund and Director Hickey. This is back to our wagon wheel approach of how we do government here in Baltimore County. The issue is all of ours to try to resolve.
You're absolutely right, Ms. Rogers, that the state legislation did change and put these buildings out of compliance. And having said that, I do think that there's still a responsibility for us as the
Yes.
the stewards of public safety to make sure that we can bring these buildings into compliance.
Exactly.
And that they are, you know, that they're safe and habitable. Thank you.
Councilman Crandall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hickey, I'm reading through the fiscal note here, and I'm seeing that the fund, direct quote from the auditor's notes, the fund will initially utilize $16 million in American Rescue Plan funds.
Correct.
What happens when those funds go away?
We've got the general funds going into the account like we talked about earlier. We've got ARP and then
You got
that-
$3 million
Right.
every year
Right.
that we're committed to over the next, what, 6 years? I think it's 6 years.
Yeah. It's up to us to seek investment for the fund. Additional grants, additional private investment. It's up to us as DHCD to work with our partners to do that.
So this is $16 million in funds that we have available to us now
Correct.
that will be unavailable to us a year from now,
We have to.
or 2 years, or
Yeah.
it's a finite
Yes,
amount of money.
correct.
Are we setting up something that we're going to have to fund at $16 to $20 million every year by setting up this fund?
We're not setting ourselves up to be required to do that, but if we do what we're supposed to do in the way of an investment strategy, we will be able to populate this fund beyond that amount. There's no requirement to a level funding in the fund. We wouldn't be in default if we fell below that.
But this legislation establishes a fund in the amount of approximately $20 million. Correct?
It notes the starting investment in the fund. It doesn't set a
But
ceiling.
the federal funding is not necessarily going to be there for us to continue to fund it.
Correct. But we don't establish a ceiling or a floor in the legislation.
But the Baltimore County taxpayer is going to now expect the fund to be self-funded by Baltimore County government, correct? So
I don't know.
what you're proposing is $20 million every year for the foreseeable future.
No.
Well, tell me how I'm wrong, Ms. Rogers.
Councilmember Crandall, this is the initial funding that we have available that we can apply toward projects now. It won't expire. If we have the funds obligated for projects, it will not expire in a year. There's a liquidation period associated with the capital project side of this money. With respect to the fund and how it continues to, you know, the level of funding, what's in there, it's the aggressive strategy of putting money, the 3 million will go in because we have the 3 million right now going into another fund. But we're proposing to put it in to this fund because that's where the money will all be together. any money that we're able to secure, whether it be from additional federal money, because that's our agenda, is to look for other money to continue to fund our agenda of the continuum. This is the housing development part of it. We've got to build housing stock. So say we get $1 million from a private philanthropic entity, it would go into the fund. Say we got another federal grant opportunity that was geared toward housing stock development or redevelopment of aging infrastructure in existing communities, because there's a lot of talk at NACO. This NACO conference, legislative conference, was just in DC this past weekend and into the week. That's how you continue to put funds in, but we have to do the hard work and heavy lifting in terms of looking for the resources. But there's no commitment being made that annually the county would fund $20 million or $16 million into this perpetual fund. That is absolutely not what we're saying.
Ms. Rajan, I'm just going to say that I've never seen a government program that is funded to this amount that doesn't last forever and that continues to need funding. I'm going to read a quote from someone, former president: "Nothing lasts longer than a temporary government program." Ronald Reagan said that. And so it seems to me like we have this pot of money that we can go after. And we've been putting $3 million every year into another fund, but we're going to take that out. So now we're looking at $20 million a year. When will it end? What is the expiration date on this program?
If you look at other jurisdictions and their funds, it aligns with what their long-term strategy is in terms of attainable housing. What we're proposing is no different than our peer jurisdictions that have been doing this for quite some time. Baltimore County had the $3 million sitting in a fund, which personally, for it to be in economic development at the time, is because we did not have a Department of Housing and Community Development. So the money went somewhere to spend down on, because that was a commitment to the VCA. We're saying we have a continuum, we have a strategy on working on the full continuum, because we're going to have housing needs into the future. But I guess what I'm trying to clarify and unequivocally say, we're not setting up something where we're asking the county to put $20 million in a fund every year. That's not it at all. The way these funds work is what's in there. You work toward projects. You apply the funds that's in there while always continually looking for funds. Because the fund is just the vehicle of where the money sits until you fund a project. There's no request on the table for us to put $20 million of general fund money each year into the fund. That is not the intent.
Yet.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yet.
Well, sir, I'm a woman of my word, and
I'm not saying you're not.
we work collectively on the budget every year. You would know.
Yeah.
You would
Correct.
know if we were going to do it. So I think at some point, we have to continue to have the faith and trust in each other as the executive branch and the legislative branch to advance the attainable housing agenda on the development side, or again, redevelopment.
Yeah. We haven't talked about it yet either, but there's our home funds, our CDBG funds, the competitive federal funds. Like, we've never put them all in one place and leveraged them. And that's what most do. It's very rare to see a jurisdiction general fund their way out of a housing problem, but having a dedicated fund is the starting point to attracting. It's an investment fund. And the investment funds, you don't go looking for direct infusions of general fund dollars, you go out looking for investment, and that's going to be one of the major strategies.
Okay, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hickey, and I think Ms. Rogers sort of touched on this. I was going to ask, we're not making this up out of nowhere. There are other jurisdictions, other examples of housing funds that have started without seed money, or especially not ARP money in the past. I mean, that's also where this is coming from as well, correct?
So there's different, all funds are not created alike. Howard did a trust fund. They amended their charter. Some seed with general funds, some attach taxes to funds, which we didn't do here. It's a gift to be able to seed this with ARP money and to be able to get out of the gate, because the projects are going to be get new projects. The projects are going to be get new investment. And so this is meant to get us out of the gate, but literally creating the fund only creates an accountability loop with an agency like DHCD, because now we have to attach the funding levels with the strategy. But we are the only major jurisdiction in the state of Maryland that does not have a dedicated funding pot or a dedicated opportunity fund for housing.
That sort of went into my other question, where this isn't something that we're just making up. This is needed. It's from our work with VCA, from our trying to meet our obligations to the VCA. This is something that we've been lacking that will benefit us in the long run, as you've talked about, one piece to a larger strategy, but also moving in the direction of not just meeting our obligations to a federal mandate, but to an obligation to the folks that live here.
Right. And to Councilman Koch's point, it's transparent. You know what we're putting to housing. It's here. We'll report on it. You'll know what the transactions are, where the deals go. So yes.
And you, go ahead.
And Councilmember Young, I think we looked at this as an opportunity because one of the strategies for the ARPA funding was around housing. So the federal government said this is an allowable activity so that we can address the housing part of, this equation for people's success. So that's what the 16 million came from. When we were looking at ARPA and we were looking at, well, what are the needs and what are the allowable uses? And knowing that we have the VCA obligation with 1,000 units and the 100 units of accessible, we call UFAS units. So it made logical sense to say, well, we are talking about a broader agenda. Addressing our broader agenda is going to help us come into compliance with the VCA. And the county executive met with the advocates and with us and with HUD. HUD was in the room when he said we have to look at the broader agenda. So utilizing federal money, the ARPA money, that was an allowable reason, we went to the CE to say, this is what we're requesting of the ARPA funding to help with this thing that we have to do, not just because of the VCA, but that's clear that we have to do that. But it's because of the larger agenda, which was a part of the county executive's agenda from the outset. So that's why we didn't come up with this. We are the only jurisdiction without one, large jurisdiction without one, but we were also the only jurisdiction without a Department of Housing and Community Development before 2 years ago. That's why the money was sitting over, the 3 million was sitting over in DUDE, because it had to live somewhere to be paid out.
Mm-hmm. Has to live somewhere. I think anybody's dealing with budgets knows that. And I think part of it, I know this because we've engaged in this conversation since the bills were introduced, that part of your larger agenda is meeting this need.
Yes.
And utilizing the resources we have available to us. And I appreciate the context from Councilman Marks about some of the less than appropriate approaches to try and meet our obligations. But in the long-term agenda, long-term strategy that you've referenced to, and where this is a beginning point, it's not just about meeting the requirements of the VCA. And I think none of us were here that created the environment in which the VCA, we had to be subject to the VCA. But we're here now, And reaching that goal that they've set for us isn't an end point, it's a beginning point to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And that we continue to move equitably into the future when it comes to attainable housing and meeting the obligations, expectations of citizens that are currently living here and the ones that want to live here now.
So addressing the housing stock need that we have and will continue to have until we increase attainable housing stock, whether it be new development or whether it be the whole notion of reinvesting in existing communities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman?
I just wanted to state quickly, Ms. Rogers, that was adept of you to point out that we haven't had a housing and community development department in a county of 900,000, almost 900,000. So these, we are changing and adapting now that we do have a Department of Housing and Community Development.
Okay, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. And I appreciate all the callers we have who've signed up to speak. And I know we still have 3/4 of more bills to go. So I'm going to call this the lightning round. So I'm going to ask you, Director Hickey, to be concise, if you will. Number one, recognizing that your department have a lot of different programs, rental assistance, housing choice vouchers, you name it, all these different programs that are there, just so that we are clear, what will be the difference in this fund and all the funds we've been spending thus far? Rental assistance, housing choice, vouchers, you name it. What is the difference? What is this fund going to do?
Develop new housing, new units of housing.
Okay. So now to pick up on what Councilman Catch was talking about, how do we know that the citizen of Baltimore County are going to get the best bang for the bucks as it relates to developing new housing? What assurances do we have that the citizens are going to receive some type of discount on this housing once we invest so much monies to make it happen or come to fruition or build it or however you do it?
The great thing about the county investing funds in these development, these affordability projects is that these are transparent public transactions. You'll see what our investment is, our position in the financing, you'll see what we're getting out of it, and then the oversight over the development piece. So it makes these developments even much more transparent than they would have been in the past.
Okay. Next, I know we did not go there because I know sometimes people don't like to say these things, but I'm just going to say it anyway. A lot of people hear housing, affordable housing, and a lot of times they think we are talking about Section 8. It's like the elephant in the room. For the benefit of those that are listening, can you clarify what we're talking about when we talk about affordable housing and explain how it relates to the projects that this fund would help fund?
You got it. So I think you already started me out there. The Housing Choice Voucher Program used to be called Section 8, is a benefit that's given to individual citizens that they can use when they're looking for housing on their own terms. Dead stop. That's on them. They make decisions where they're going to go. Technically, any unit in Baltimore County that's available for rent legally is available to somebody where some, all, or part of their income is coming from that voucher, right?
Okay.
We think of this as an investment account. The county has money that it's putting as an investment to make the deals work. We're effectively saying when you build this unit, and remember, we're looking to do more mixed use, mixed income development. So we're saying when you build this building, we want to make sure we're going to invest in it in a way that allows you to preserve the rent or the home ownership rates at a certain level for folks along that continuum. 120% of area median income, we start to think is workforce housing down to like 100%. You start to get into 80 to 60 is traditional, affordable, down to 30 or below where you see vouchers and folks that are coming out of homelessness and achieving housing. So all along that continuum, we just want to make sure that in all of these developments, there's a range of income levels to meet different needs. And it's investment dollars, not vouchers.
And to be clear, many of these people do not have a voucher.
The majority do not. In fact, when
they're
we
just hardworking people who just unfortunate enough not to make some exorbitant amount of money, but they work very hard every day.
the average wage or the average rent is 1,400. If I'm going to send all of you a little bullet. We've calculated out average wages in Baltimore County, average rent. We're $300 or $400 below that. Our wages across the board are not meeting, and they're certainly not keeping up. This is leveling the playing field through the business transactions to ensure that there's a range of accessibility for folks in those buildings, in those units. That's it.
Okay, so I applaud the administration for everything they're doing to help with this fund and help create affordable, decent housing. And when I think about our efforts towards housing, I think about the full spectrum, from the people that would benefit from these type of investments over here to people that are working very hard, paying high rent, who just can't seem to save up enough for settlement costs or down payment. I know you said we have funds for that, but I would like to know, and if not today, then before next week, I want to know specifically, how much money are we going to earmark for settlement expense loans or assisting people with down payment? Because I would like to know that we're going to be just as vigilant to help those folks afford to purchase a home as we are in helping people afford rents. I don't want us to forget those people, those middle-class folks who are working hard every day, who need some help.
You'll find it interesting to note that what I was asked to come speak to NACO's housing task force was our efforts towards promoting home ownership in the county. So I'll clean up my notes and I will send those over to you.
Okay, thank you. I know Councilman Catch and myself would be very interested in that. So on that note, I'm going to ask Chris, let's go with our first citizen who wanted to call. Looks like, what is this bill? Is this for, what we have, Westmore coming up first? Is that the governor?
Willie Moore.
No, that's Willie Moore. I thought it was the governor was here. I thought I was starting to feel bad that we would make him wait so long. Not of this state. He may be a governor. Mr. Moore, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Willie Moore, not Westmore, although I am very glad to have a Moore in the governor's mansion. But it is, I'm here in a variety of capacities. I'll start with saying I am president of Southway Builders. We're a general contractor in Baltimore, and have been in business for 32 years. And all of those 32 years, excuse me, we've been doing affordable housing projects, and several in Baltimore County. I'm a board member of Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition. I'm here in that capacity as that board member to speak about our support for this fund. I am also a proud resident of the 1st District. I'm a former 5-year member of Baltimore County Planning Board. Goes back quite a few years with Sam Moxley and Mr. Quirk. This is a really important issue, and a lot of the dialogue, I think I can speak to some of your specific concerns, Mr. Catch, Mr. Ertel, and even Mr. Crandall. Affordable housing is very complex, and this fund is the bridge that allows it to be built and to allow projects to exist with below market rate rents. So it is, I understand, Mr. Catch, your concern about money going into the pocket of developers. This is not market rate deals. The affordable housing deal, a market rate deal, a developer deals with one lender. They're looking for a return on their investment. They build the project and they charge their rents at whatever they choose to do. In an affordable housing deal, these deals have many layers of financing. It's not unusual to have 5 sources of funds. that are all pulled together to try and make the deal work in such a way that the developer can provide housing at below market rate rents. These are typically done in concert with the state of Maryland in whether it's 4% or 9% bond funds. And I guess to put some of you at ease, when a developer obligates themselves to these funds, they are obligating themselves to those below market rents for between 20 and 25 years. So they can't just convert the project. These funds, whether they're 1 year, every year, I don't think, I'm not an expert in how this fund is being set up, but even as a start, this is an enormously important thing for the county because it is the disadvantaged workforce, those who are not earning enough to pay.
Keep going.
Okay, to pay, thank you, to pay market rate rents. The county can't succeed unless we have a workforce available that can live in the county, live close to their work. This is, these funds have to bridge that. Mr. Crandall, and I think this will speak to Mr. Ertel as well, I think of a project that was done in Dundalk, actually 2 phases. It was called Lion Homes. This was a post-World War II African-American housing for steel workers. That 2 phases of work, the developer owned the project for years. He had the ability, to Mr. Katch's point, to do that, to renovate the project and do it as a market rate rent if he wanted to. He didn't want to. He loved the residents of his community and he wanted to be able to allow them to continue paying below market rents. And it is through that project and through the tax credits, et cetera, and funds like this program that allowed the redevelopment of that project and allowed all of those residents to stay. That's the important piece of what's going on here. And I would love to be available to talk to any of you. I would love for the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition for us to put together a panel for all of the council people to talk through these issues, to help you understand how important this is for the county. And this is not fat cat developers that are taking money from the county. This is people with a heart and soul who are trying to help the working poor of the county be able to stay in their homes.
Okay, well said. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes.
the council would like to go to see, it's amazing, the Henrietta Lacks, which we did contribute to that project. It's amazing. It was workforce housing that was totally rehabbed. There's multiple parts of it. We gave some money. It's incredible. It's beautiful. We have taken visitors. We actually took NACO visitors, and I've taken the state CAOs there to see this project that was just described.
Thank you. Next speaker, next caller.
Sure, Mr. Chair. Next speaker is Edith Brooks, and Ms. Brooks is here in person.
Ms. Brooks? Thank you for hanging in there, Ms. Brooks. It's always good to see you. Sure.
Good evening, Chairman Jones
Good
and
evening.
council members. Turner Station Conservation, I'm Edie Brooks. I'm from the board. I'm a board member of the Turner Station Conservation Teams, born and raised in Turner Station. And I was honored to, be able to witness what happened in Lion Homes. It was a wonderful renovation, and they really cared about the people and continue to do great things there. So we're really proud of that project. Turner Station Conservation Teams support the Housing Trust Fund and Baltimore County's entire foundational housing reform legislative package. Just as housing reform is a key priority for the county executive during this term, housing is and has been a key priority for Turner Station Conservation Teams. Most of the apartments and homes in our historic African American community were built from 1919 to 1945. Baltimore County Council adopted the Turner Station Conservation Plan in 2003. That was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the plan documented Turner Station's longstanding lack of high-quality, accessible, and safe housing. To Baltimore County's credit, real estate consultants prepared a housing survey and community analysis in 2018. The county was a major support for the excellent renovation of Lion Homes that we were just talking about. 2 homes have been renovated, 2 new homes were built, and 3 more homes are coming this year. And we are truly grateful for that. However, poverty and time have served to overwhelmingly increase the level of neglect and deterioration of a majority of Turner Station's homes. The COVID-19 pandemic has only made matters worse. The legislation for defining and addressing vacant homes, for land unit acquisition, and for the creation of the Housing Trust Fund are important tools that will help close the housing gap. And this is a perfect time for me to say that we would love to have an ambitious, robust housing revitalization initiative for Turner Station. I mean, it could be the model, the prototype for the equitable and sustainable future of many communities in Baltimore County. We applaud the county's efforts to revitalize housing in underserved areas. And we also salute your principled objective to expand access to quality, affordable, attainable housing for every resident in every community throughout Baltimore County. We thank you in advance for passing this essential foundational housing reform legislative package for Baltimore County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brooks. Appreciate you being here.
Always nice to see you, Edie.
Yep.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chair, is Mitchell Posner, followed by Eric Rockel, if Mr. Rockel wants to come up and sit in front.
Our good friend Mitch of Can, it's always good to see you. Thank you so much for coming out.
Good evening,
Good
Council
evening,
Chair Jones and other council members. I didn't wake up this morning knowing I would be here, but I was on a continuum of care call with Director Hickey's staff earlier this morning and heard about this hearing and felt compelled to be here to share with you my personal, professional, and organizational experience. So I am Mitchell Posner. I am the Executive Director of the not-for-profit Community Action Anti-Poverty Agency serving Baltimore County residents called CAN, the Community Assistance Network. We've been in business since 1966 when President Johnson and Dr. King declared a war on poverty, and as we all know, that's yet to be won. So providing affordable housing is certainly one of the linchpins of the strategies of addressing poverty throughout the county and the state and the country. We are required every 3 years to do a community needs assessment. We completed one approximately a year ago. We collected over 1,000 surveys from our clients, clients of other like-minded organizations, food pantries, faith-based organizations, county agencies. We work with school social workers, for example, to collect responses. And surprise, the #1 stated need, highest concern amongst those 1,000 responses was for housing. Many of you know CAN and our work in your districts, serving some of your constituents, but for those who don't, I'm going to quickly review. We run a community choice food pantry and resource center in Dundalk. We have an after-school and summer camp program, previously in Fontana Village and now in Garden Village in the Sedona area. We partnered with DHCD to help almost 600 Baltimore County families avoid evictions in 2022. We run, on behalf of you, the county, we run the 3 largest homeless shelters in the county, the Eastside Family Center Resource Center, the Westside Men's Shelter, and a small men's shelter also in the East Side. We run permanent supportive housing. So, by coincidence, yesterday morning, I had a meeting of my housing staff to talk about what were the initiatives that CAN should be looking at in response to that community needs survey, our strategic plan, who we are and what we do moving forward. Now that eviction prevention and some of the other activities that we've been focused on the last few years are coming to an end, unfortunately. We intend to advocate for and to support through potentially becoming a developer and or a service provider to communities throughout Baltimore County. We have currently 3 locations in naturally occurring affordable or attainable housing communities, one of which, as I said, was in Fontana Village, and we're relocating with the help of Councilman Ertel to the Sandy Springs Elementary School. So we fully support this entire package, and particularly the Housing Opportunity Fund, because the most basic inequities here are the supply of housing compared to the rents that are being charged compared to the incomes that our residents here in Baltimore County, especially those that we serve that are facing economic challenges throughout the county. So kudos to the administration for proposing this, and CAN stands ready to support the county in whatever way we can to implement a successful program.
All right, thank you. Stand by. Go ahead.
Chairman, yeah,
Okay.
I disagree with you in that I think that the problem, the number one problem we have is our schools. And the fact that academically, they are regressing. That's partially because of COVID and, we can't get teachers, et cetera. And I think Councilman Marks, when he made his comments about the need for other services in these communities, he's absolutely right. I mean, I think the only way we're going to improve our schools is to have the communities involved. I was a former teacher. I mean, I hate to see what's happening to our schools. I mean, it's not that we don't spend the money. We do spend the money. It's, other factors, and we have got to rescue our school system. And the way to do it is to work in the communities, have the communities support the schools. So I think that's our number one problem.
No housing, no communities. I say no housing, no communities. Any additional, first of all, Mitch, thank you so much for coming out. I certainly appreciate all the work you do, as well as all the work CAN does in terms of assisting the most vulnerable people in Baltimore County, as well as providing excellent management and operations of our homeless shelters. And I am very proud to be a board member of CAN, and I guess appreciate all your efforts. So thank you very much. And next person.
Our final speaker for this bill, Mr. Chair, is Eric Rockel.
Okay, Mr. Rockel. And while Mr. Rockel make his way up here, Ms. Nelson, I notice you're here for Bill 720. Okay. Mr. Rockel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm here to make a couple of suggestions in clarifying things in the bill. The first would be under section 10-18-107. In that part of the bill, it says that the county administrative officer shall provide written notice to the secretary of the county council of the director's intent to provide financial assistance under this title. I would suggest that in addition to that, the bill include provision that the secretary of the county council shall cause said notice to be posted on the county council's webpage as a means of informing the public about how these funds will be spent. Secondly, piggybacking on that, it states that if the director has not received written notice from the council objecting to the director's intent within 7 days, then the transaction would go through. I would suggest that we strike 7 and change it to 14 days. The reason I say that is because I'm sure some of these transactions are going to be rather complex, and 7 days might not give the council and the public enough time to investigate them. Also, the bill does not describe how an objection would be resolved. So I think that is something that should be included in the bill. Those are my suggestions on technical matters to improve the bill. I have one last thing I wanted to say, and I'm not doing it to be inflammatory, just doing it for the purpose of having proper language in the bill. In section 10-18-102, it says the purpose of the fund is to, and under paren 3, acquire, rehabilitate, resell, or lease purchase properties in the county. The word acquire is a very amorphous term. And I just wanted to have some understanding whether acquire means a willing buyer and willing seller transferring a property, or if it's intended to include the use of eminent domain. And that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, we thank you, Mr. Rockel. You've always come before us with some very thoughtful analysis, and we certainly appreciate you taking the time to do it and appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
And we will certainly take those things into consideration as always.
Thanks, Eric.
Is that it? All right. Thank you very much. Any really quick closing thoughts before we move on to the next bill? Okay. Director Hickey, where are you? Okay, good.
All right. Mr. Chairman, thank
Yes.
you again. Members of the council, I'll jump right in. I'm going to move over. Okay. I'm going to be I talk less and less as we go into the bills.
Good.
So others do. I do less. Just want to introduce, I'm here on behalf of the administration along with Director Gutwald to present Council Bill 523, which would create a definition of vacant structures and establish parameters and a process for designating a structure as vacant. And I'm going to quickly defer to Director Gutwald to walk us through the legislation.
Good evening, Councilman Chair, Chairman Jones, and the council members. Yes, Bill 523 does create a definition of vacant housing, which basically focuses on no human inhabitants. I will mention briefly off the side, though, the vacant registry of vacant homes registry did come out of a task force that was done by my predecessor at PAI through the Code Enforcement Task Force. So this idea of creating a vacant home registry has been in existence for a little while. So with that, the bill establishes 13 criteria or factors that we have looked across, benchmarked across different counties and jurisdictions, as well as spoke to our code enforcement inspectors as to what do they typical characteristics of what we would see in terms of vacant homes. It does create exemptions that obviously we would not tag something with as part of being a vacant home or resident. And that includes whether it's a governmental entity owning the property, whether it's currently under construction, that they are actively in pursuing trying to sell or lease the property in good faith, or they are actually pursuing some other type of application typically through the development review process, whether it's a special exception or a board of appeals, something to that effect. None of that would qualify as being registered for being a vacant home. I also note that we have to notify the property owner as part of this bill that they're vacant, and if they disagree or they want to challenge that or take that into reconsideration, they have 30 days to contact the department and say, hey, I don't believe that this home is vacant for these reasons. Last but not least, we have created sort of a monitoring system for some of these vacant homes. I can tell you we currently do that with derelict type of homes, monitoring the safety and concerns and health concerns for our first responders, just so whether we have to post a property tag, post a property as unsafe, those kinds of things. We continue to do that stuff with vacant homes, and this bill also establishes that process for this vacant registry. At that point, I think I will either turn it over to Director Hickey or ask if there's any questions regarding the bill.
Councilman Katz?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, if you have a home or a building where everything is kept up to date, it's vacant for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, does that particular property meet any of the conditions of this bill that it would be able to be condemned?
I think it would probably qualify under one of the exemptions, not to be condemned. Nothing's going to be condemned. We're just going to
Well-
put it on a registry. It's just going to be listed. So it doesn't mean we're going to do anything to the house. This is just creating a listing of vacant homes in the county. That's all it is creating a registry. There's nothing associated with it. Now, if it's not meeting, if there are issues with the home, we will be addressing it through our code enforcement actions, either the livability code or those types of things that have to make sure that the home is safe and secure. It is not saying we're condemning the property. It's just creating a list of these homes. I would imagine that if it's being kept up and there's actively pursuing some type of sell or whatever, it would follow under that exemption. Although the code does say, this legislation does say that the exemptions can't last more than 3 years. So we are looking for them to be diligently pursuing somehow for it to be occupied or moving to the next step. Okay, does that make sense?
So the next step is
Would
coming.
be some sort of occupancy or some other, if they're going to rehab the home or whatever the case may be.
So if a house is vacant for 2 months, 3 months, a year, and the grass is high, the bushes aren't pruned, the windows have.
Yes, it's meeting the criteria to be designated as vacant. Yes.
On the list only.
Correct.
There's nothing that the county then can do to,
Well, no, then there would be code enforcement actions for the livability.
I mean, to sell the home, to force it to be sold.
No, we cannot. No, that's not what this bill does. It's
But
just
that
creating.
will be the next step, I'm sure.
Well, the idea is to remove if there is a blighted situation, the idea is to move, to deal with the blighted situation. And
Now-
whether it's,
it was my understanding with code enforcement that we can go in and cut the lawn and do
we
things
can,
like
you're absolutely
that
right. The derelict,
already.
like the property fund, we can use that to take care of that. We can secure the building, we can demolish the building if it is deemed unsafe and insecure.
And there's a lien put on the property
lien put on- yep.
when that occurs.
Yep, charge the property owner for that, yep.
Yeah. And what happens when the value of the property is lower than the liens on the property?
Say that again?
What happens when the liens
When the
on
liens
the
are greater than
property
the-
are higher than the value of the property?
Well, then that becomes the next stage of the ballgame, trying to either, go to a tax sale or whatever the case may be with these properties because the property owner is not being responsive so we are dealing with a couple of properties right now that the property owner is non-existence, that, they're not responsive. And so we have to go through a process where it's a legal process where we do a search warrant to determine the condition of the home, whether it should be raised or repaired. Then we go further to make sure we have identified all the successor heirs and assigns of people that may be owning the property. And then we get a court order to be able to either take down the building or repair it. The lien still goes on the property, but then typically those properties end up going through a tax sale process.
So if there are liens on the property, but the owner of the property pays the property tax, then that's up to date.
So we are working with OBF on dealing with where they are paying the property tax, but they're not paying the liens. So we are in discussions with OBF on how to deal with the next steps for that and what are the next steps for tax sales. Because probably where you're going is a lot of the stuff this kind of falls through the cracks, if you will, sometimes. So we're trying to put in processes and procedures so that these homes, and we're dealing with the property owners, code enforcement, the courts are all following a linear path to restoring the building as either a house or being demolished.
So what we're doing is we're putting a squeeze on these.
With this piece of legislation, all we're doing is creating a vacant inventory, right? So
Right, but, and I don't have a problem putting a squeeze on. I mean, it's not that I have a problem with that because I don't, but I'm sure there's a next step.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sure
then,
there's
you know,
something
through
else
all our
that-
code enforcement actions, we have been trying to escalate the penalties, getting injunctions on people. And part of the escalating penalties is also taking these properties in front of the courts. After we have an ALJ's decision of fail to appear, we go in front of the court so we can take, you know, take care of the situation on these blighted properties.
If you have liens on the property and the person pays the property taxes in the order of what is first, second, third, as far as, you know, putting the house or whatever it is for auction. If they're behind in their property taxes, is that high on the list as causing it to go to tax sale? Or is it the liens? Which one?
I would probably defer to OBF if they want to speak, but probably the property taxes are a higher issue, and those are the ones that go to tax sale the fastest.
Yeah, I think probably if there's liens on the property and excessive liens, that we might want to think in that direction of you know, to pay your property taxes, but to have huge liens on the property is kind of.
Correct. That's why we're working together to deal with those, because some
You're
of
going
these
to need
liens.
legislation for that?
No, we do not. I've already looked into that. We
Do not.
Yeah, we
I mean, despite the state law.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Councilmember Cash, when you say next steps, if the legislation were to be passed or any of the pieces, the very next step is to establish the procedural, the SOPs, the standard operating procedures as to how these will work and ensure that they don't fly, any steps that we would take does not fly in the face of existing code or state provisions. And that's the work that we do on the implementation side. We work with the Office of Law, we work with the departments to set forth the steps, the clearly defined steps that we need to take. And that's something that we've been working on as a part of the administration, that we have clearly defined steps that can be placed on a website, similar to how we're working with the vehicle height monitoring program, that we have a set of FAQs that allow individuals to understand, one of my favorite sayings, Waterford crystal clear on how this works and what they need to do. Those are like next steps that we take, and we are working more consistently to take these steps with any legislation that's passed. That's what true next steps of implementation would be, should the bill be passed.
You know, one of the things that I think of with legislation, like not so much this legislation, but the idea of well, taking property or whatever. I remember, what was it, 20 years ago, a certain bill was introduced to really benefit some developers on the east side of the county by giving the county the ability to condemn properties. And I certainly don't want this to turn into anything like that. And by the way, your reference to Waterford crystal, you know, it's made now in China.
You and I had that conversation, but the House of Waterford is in Ireland, and it's on my bucket list.
Mr. Chair, if I could quickly.
Yes, quickly.
No, and I appreciate this, you know, and when we sat down as an internal work group of agencies and started looking at this, it was a fairly simple supply and demand problem. We had derelict properties in neighborhoods that had trees growing through them, that were boarded up, that were health and safety hazards for the neighborhood. At the same time, we were fielding calls every day, not just from regular developers, but community groups, churches, others, who wanted to figure out how they could purchase those properties and could they come to the county for help to turn them into something, that home buyer property or rental. we were faced with an issue which we could look at it. Code enforcement could say, yeah, it's very likely a vacant property, but with no definition in the law, I couldn't post that. I think we have a really unique opportunity to let the market take a shot at these vacant houses. You have developers and entities that can look, approach owners. We've been doing some interviews with owners of these properties when we find them, and a lot of them, you'd maybe not be surprised, are underwater families. They were left a property through an estate. They don't want it, but it has lien. We can not only fund through the Opportunity Fund to provide incentives to flip that home into something positive and put covenants in there to restrict the use of that home, but we can also help provide relief to the homeowner to step away and sell it on their own. The good thing about Baltimore County, unlike some of the vacant housing work in the city, is that the majority of these properties, if not all of them, have real value. And I think it's a win-win-win, and we can turn that dangerous property in the middle of the neighborhood into a home buyer opportunity, into a strong rental. So that's the goal for us. There's no second play on this except sit back and watch and see if we can use this to convert some of these mainly single-family homes, but we can also potentially use this for derelict retail and commercial space that's causing issues in your districts. It's an opportunity. Now it's just a legal definition.
Like that, the goal that you have.
Okay.
I like that a lot. And, but so, thank you. And there's nothing derelict in my district.
Okay.
Duly noted.
Okay. Okay, I heard it. We'll duly noted. We'll deal with it later.
Can't do that.
Okay, so,
I motion on favor of this.
wait. These properties will be posted, which is, from my former line of work, I think that's extremely important that these properties are posted because, we remember what happened, a horrible incident that happened in Baltimore City where firefighters were killed.
We do that now, by
fighting.
the way, so we
We
do
do.
post them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I would ask you to do is this has been an issue of mine for quite some time. And the answer was, I'll give you the answer first. We're not Pilkertons. We're not in the business of being the private police. But I do know that we have situations where vacant properties are being taken over by squatters who have no legal right to be there, but there is no mechanism for the police to do anything other than say it's a civil matter. And then oftentimes, I don't think we're talking about the same properties, but it could very well be. Oftentimes, there's some bank on some distant shore or someplace else who have no interest in doing any legal action to put anybody out. They're just going to hold on to the property until the legal process runs its course. Then they're going to, get rid of the property. But meanwhile, there's somebody in this house that don't belong there. And oftentimes, not all the time, but in my community, I'm going to say one thing. A squatter moves in. Next thing you know, people are breaking in people's houses. The person gets arrested, puts down that address as his address. He's released. He comes right back to the place that he doesn't belong. Work on that. We'll talk later. That's, can we get the speakers? Yeah, one speaker. Okay, thank you.
We have one speaker, Mr. Chair, and it's John Sabiga. And he is on virtually, so.
The famous John Sabiga of the Firefighters Union? The same one?
Mr. Sabiga, you are on. You may turn your camera on if you would like. You may also unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Chairman Jones and council members. I think everyone on the council knows who I am, but for the record, my name is John Sabiga. I am the president of Baltimore County Professional Firefighters. So local president in 34 plus years in a career service. Like Chairman Jones, I fully support this bill. I believe is a beginning step in addressing a problem with vacant homes. As a career captain, it is definitely an important measure to know where those vacant homes are. Although we like to know that they are vacant, you trust, but you always verify. A vacant home is not deemed to be vacant until it is properly searched and then verified. Having that list all the officers and the members out in the field is an important step. I do know that the bill does not provide that, but I hope that is something that we can be provided with and that the department is well aware. We've seen multiple, and Chairman Jones spoke, the vacant dwelling and the tragedy that happened in Baltimore City with 3 brother and sister firefighters. And if they had a program that was up to date and reliable, obviously, maybe some of the tragedy could be avoided. Looking forward to working with whomever we need to work with to make that happen. I know it's of late hour, so I will end with that Local 1311 and the Baltimore County Professional Firefighters certainly support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sabiga, and fine president you are, and we appreciate you taking time to call in. And I have some trivia for you real fast. Did you know that I'm still a card-carrying union member of the IAFF?
Well, that does my heart well, sir. It's much appreciated, but I did want to, since you called me back, I do want to say one thing. I apologize for not being able to appear in person as I had some already previously scheduled engagements, but thank you for taking your time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right. Director?
All right, moving on. Again, good evening now, I think, Mr. Chair, members of the council. So now I'm here on behalf of the administration, along with my colleague, Director Lafferty. We're involving everybody this evening to present Council Bill 6-23, which would, under certain circumstances, allow the minimum width of a townhouse to be 16 feet as opposed to the current limit of 20. And I've got our content expert, Director Lafferty, here to give some background and explain this in a little more detail.
Thank you, Director Hickey, and good evening, Mr. Chairman, member of the County Council. The idea for this bill has been vetted through the Planning Board and through the planning staff. This is an issue that came to us initially at the request of Councilman Marks, and I know after conversations with Maryland Builder Industry Association. The planning board had made a set of recommendations actually to establish, to allow 16-foot wide townhouses as a conditional use with various conditions. And in fact, some of those are still part of this proposed bill. Many of them, however, have been reduced at the request really of MBIA. So Bill 6-23 would allow the minimum width of a townhouse to be less than 20 feet, which is the current permitted width in the county. This would be permitted in a planned unit development in a PUD, which it is currently, or in a townhouse development that's located in Growth Tier 1, which is served by public sewer. The minimum width of the townhouse may be 16 feet in these developments under various conditions. One, there need to be a mixture of different widths of the houses and square footage across the site. Secondly, is these 16-foot units could not be clustered together, but would need to be spread throughout the development itself. There would also be a requirement that these would be on the interior of the property and not on the perimeter or periphery of the development itself. And there would be a set-aside that would be encumbered by a recorded deed, and this goes to something that Director Hickey was referencing earlier as far as the affordability of units, where at least 10% of the total number of townhomes built in the development would be available to people with incomes at 120% of the area median income or less. These set-aside units would also have to be spread throughout the development. Again, we're trying to build communities. We're not just building houses. So we want all the homes in the community to be reflective of the value and needs that the community members would have. We've seen this in other jurisdictions. The design, scale, and appearance of the units would need to be comparable, as would the market rate, to the market rate units themselves. One of the reasons that the planning board supported the idea of eliminating waivers and variances was to ensure that, in fact, there would be enough green space, open space, landscaping, and buffers to again create a community, not just to have more units in any single subdivision. We believe that the conditions, particularly the set aside for the 10%, is a legitimate way to not only advance the opportunity for narrow townhomes, but also to meet the continuing goals that we have to provide a range of units, a range of affordable units and attainable units throughout the county.
Thank you, sir. And I'm just going to just say that I know this has been an issue for quite some time. It's not a new issue. It's been advocated for quite some time. But I just want to thank you and the county administration for the thoughtful way that you're going about it to ensure that we give some on the 16-foot units, but at the same time, there's some safeguards in place to, number one, make sure that the savings that'll be rendered find its way to the people that need it and not a sort of like a cash cow.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, comments?
Thank you very much. Mr. Lafferty, as you mentioned, I introduced the original resolution that asked the planning board to look at this issue. What I hadn't considered was the affordability element. Why did the administration feel that was an important part of this?
Well, the administration supported the planning board's decision and recommendation that there be this only by conditional use, and believe that this is an appropriate condition to add on. At the same time, some of the recommended conditions that the planning board put forward have been eliminated from this bill. And I go back to what Director Hickey was saying earlier, and also Willie Moore and others, about this need to really expand the number of units that we have available. And I think this is a fair trade-off.
And similar proposal then went through the planning board, and there was public comment and scrutiny by the members. So I think that's a very good model. Can you talk a little bit about the set-aside units? How is that going to be implemented?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Good question. So one of the things I want to highlight is that this bill is meant to drive what the council chair was saying about, reinvesting in families in those units. But we want to emphasize this is really just as much about creating new homeownership opportunities as it is for rental. And so 120% AMI is what we generally talk about as workforce level housing. I thought folks would find it interesting. So for a family of three, 120% AMI translates to a household making $125,400 a year. For a family of four, that's $139,300. So DHCD, lucky when we built the agency, we have a very mature Office of Housing Opportunity and Finance, Marcia Williams, who you know. For decades, we've been doing work with developers and builders around affordability and rental, and we've been doing loans and guarantees and grants for home ownership. What this does is say, basically, I'll go back to what the chair just said, in exchange for being able to fit more units in a development, we're going to ask you to work with our housing finance department to come up with a plan that guarantees that 10% of those units are going to meet that 120% AMI strata. We'll build out program rules to go along with this. We're going to fit into existing transparent loan and grant programs. And yes, we can fuel some of this. MBIA, which we had a great conversation with them. I think they're going to testify. They had a lot of great input that we're going to sit down and work on together. We have to build out the program rules around the set-asides. But we think, aside from density bonuses, aside from other much bigger conversations, this is a good way to start introducing a little bit more opportunity for families in these and give something back to the developer at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah, and you've answered my other question about the 120%. So, okay, thank you.
Councilman Ertel?
Are these for predominantly for home ownership or rental?
They can, the bill is agnostic. It can be either. So if a developer comes and wants to create a townhouse community, it would apply equally to homeownership or rental. Or I know we haven't done this a lot, but we're really pushing this idea of mixed use where you could have homeownership opportunities and rentals as part of the same development. So it would apply equally. You'd work our programs for financing and funding are different. It's obviously different when you say to a family, you're buying a house at a certain level versus a protected rent. But again, we have models to do both.
Would any of the non-16-foot units be affordable? Or is it just the 16-foot?
That's a question that MBIA raised. Our intention was that affordability would be part of the plan throughout and would not, at least in this bill, be restricted only to the 16-foot. And by the way, I think everybody we met with was very concerned about about the quality of build. And one of the things we've talked to MBIA about, A, the building codes now are pretty strict, but B, we want equal quality. And what I've emphasized to members of the council and the public when we talk about this bill, when we invest in a development, it gives us a lot more asset management control, working with developers to ensure that that quality is going to be there. But we would like to see affordability spread into different units. I know there's been some questions about how that's going to work and something we look forward to talking to MBIA about.
Mr.
Okay. Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hickey and Mr. Lafferty. So I understand the need to reduce the width. I think I've talked to you, Mr. Hickey and Mr. Lafferty. I just, in that trade-off, I hope we don't lose our ability, and you talked a little bit about quality, housing quality. And so with housing quality, I don't know if there's language or can there be language in design features so we don't lose the attractiveness of a 16-foot unit, maybe a mix of roof massing, quality materials, a mix of materials, things like that, and so that it looks good, it feels good, it's comparable to other strong housing stock in the county, and that in 20 years, it's not coming apart from weather and other things that factor in to the longevity of the home.
If I may respond to that, I think you'll hear from MBIA that they believe that in the market today, they need to have higher quality, even if the units are 16-foot wide. And in the bill itself, it talks about compatibility of exterior design and scale. If it is a subdivision, a major subdivision, more than 5 units, and if they're building, they have to submit a pattern book that would also have these design elements, which we do review and would continue to review and look to comply with this section of the bill, if should it be when it's adopted, to look at the compatibility and the scale. So certainly, to your point, Councilman, that is one of the concerns and considerations that we would look at when we review the development plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
Yes, on page 4, line 3, where it says equivalent in floor area. Okay, if you're going to have 20-foot houses, 18-foot houses, 16-foot houses, what does it mean, equivalent in floor area? Does that mean all of the affordable houses have to be the same size?
They would not necessarily be the same size. You could have, this building has a mezzanine. I mean, you could have some other layer, you could have an additional floor. That is not limited. And so that may be a challenge in some instances, but they could have greater depth, for instance. They don't have to have, you still maintain the same width, but some of the building units, depending upon how they're designed, they could perhaps be 5 feet closer to the sidewalk, or they could be 5 feet further back, as long as they met the side yard, front yard, and backyard setback.
It says equivalent in floor area. Does
Correct.
that mean that, you have one house that's 2,000 square feet, that they all have to be 2,000 square feet?
I don't think that was the intent of that, and we could certainly work on the language to
Good.
make it clear.
Yeah. Mhm. Good. Okay.
Just to help out a little bit, just to pick up on what Councilman Katz said real fast. There's no, once we put the things in place, there's no reason to assume that only certain people would buy, I mean, anybody would be able to buy the 16-footer.
Correct.
And long as we have another requirements on the developer for permission to build a 16-footer, then that, somebody else can buy anywhere else in the complex, correct?
Correct.
Right. So it's not like, I see what I know where you're going. It's not like some stigma on those. Right. Those units will be there for.
No, and that
well,
is
to
the
buy.
intent. In fact, I think Howard County has provided some very good models in looking at how they've handled development, and you really can't distinguish. I mean, yes, you can tell the unit may be narrower, but the design and elements to it and the condition of the properties are essentially the same.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? Let's get to callers.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our first speaker is Isaac Abruzzo. Mr. Abruzzo, you are a panelist. You may be, you can unmute yourself and put your video on.
There I am. Hello, everybody. Hello, Chair Jones and members of the
Hello.
council. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight about CB 26. MBIA has been advocating for 16-foot wide townhomes for the past 7 years as a tool to incentivize redevelopment in older communities. Baltimore County is now largely built out with little remaining greenfield development, and we will now require more infill and redevelopment in order to continue to grow and prosper. So permitting narrower townhomes by right is a tool that will make redevelopment financially feasible and provide more affordable housing options. So these townhomes are widely permitted by right in most of the surrounding jurisdictions, and they provide a diversity of housing options for low income and smaller households. While this bill is a good first step, allowing this important tool, we do have some concerns about the restrictions outlined in the bill. We understand the counties need to create a more affordable housing and supports, and we support that effort. However, creating an affordable set-aside unit is a complex process, and it typically takes substantial time and effort to draft and implement. So I can't comment on every aspect of the bill in the time that I've been allotted to speak, but we have made clear to Director Hickey and other members of the council that we do have some questions about how the program will be administered. So we'd like to see more specificity in the bill as to answering some of those questions, which you can find a more comprehensive list in the letter that we submitted in support of this legislation. We would also like to draw attention to the fact that in counties such as Montgomery County, where such affordable housing programs have been implemented, there is often an allowable density boost in order to offset the cost that's incurred on behalf of the developer when they're giving away, or not giving away, but selling these units at either a small loss or at break-even pricing. And we recommend that the council take this idea under consideration. If too many restrictions are placed on these homes, they will be difficult or impossible to build in a cost-effective manner, even with a density bonus. The interior location requirements are difficult to comply with for smaller developments and infill, which is what this program was designed to address. For example, building a 16-foot wide townhome along an existing roadway would be more or less banned with the interior design requirements in place as they're currently in the bill. The requirement that all developments have mixed with housing also imposes a serious design challenge for small developments of only a few homes. And we suggest that in order to encourage the building of these homes, they should be allowed to be constructed without these restrictions. Finally, all developments including those with 16-foot wides, should be eligible for all waivers and variances. These changes are not granted by right, and they are already subject to a review process. No general requirements can account for the eccentricities on an individual site, so builders of 16-foot wide townhomes need to have the same ability to make their case for the design as any other by right construction. This blanket ban is unnecessary. The current review and approval process is already sufficient to regulate waivers and variances. So I want to thank you for giving me your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the MBIA position.
Well, let me just say that I think it is very important that we not make the rock too heavy that no one can carry it. And then we would all have not achieved what we want to achieve, which is provide reasonable, affordable, decent housing for people. So I would hope that we could get together and work together with, I mean, it would be a mistake if we don't engage the building community who we're going to count on to make these things work. So I would hope that we could get together with the building community and come to some agreement where we all can live with and produce these homes for the people that need them. Any additional questions, comments?
Yes.
Yes.
I had a question for Isaac, if he's still with us. Lose him.
I'm sure he's still listening.
Actually, I don't see him on the attendee list. I did make him back as an attendee, but don't see him on here.
He may have,
Okay.
but go ahead. He can catch it later.
I just want, well, the question was for him to expound upon the waivers, I'm sorry, the
The
exceptions,
variances?
the variances and exceptions. I wanted to understand his point a little better.
His point is whenever you build any development, you need, sometimes you have to ask for variances and waivers because of the topography, because of anything that may happen within that development. And as I understand it, and he could correct me if I'm wrong, there's some provisions that currently say you can't ask for any of those things with these type of developments, with these type of units. But the reality is these units should not be treated any different than any other unit as it relates to building the unit and what may be necessary to build that unit. So don't look at, let Mr. Isaac speak. Don't look at it as if it's a giveaway. A lot of times these things are necessary because of all sorts of reasons.
And I would just ask also, well, look, go ahead, Isaac, and answer.
Well, I think Chair Jones more or less said generally what I was going to say. I would add that, you know, a lot of times you'll run into issues, you know, just speaking to my members, a lot of times they run into issues or design changes that they simply require in order to complete a project. They're not aware of all the eccentricities of an individual site going in. So, you know, when they do request these variances and waivers, I mean, that's not a process that process, Department of Planning reviews it. It goes before an administrative law judge. I mean, it's not a gimme process. So, you know, generally it also can potentially add expense and time. So they don't do this very casually. And when they do require it, they have to be able to defend it to an administrative law judge, which they already have to do for any other type of housing unit they're developing in the county. So it doesn't really make sense to take that tool out of the toolbox when it's already subject to a review process. It really just decreases not just the developer's ability to design and build these homes, but it decreases the county's capacity to accommodate and incentivize these homes being built, which is the purpose of this bill.
Doesn't the greater density incentivize it in itself?
Well, the greater density does, but the greater density doesn't do you any good if you can't make any design changes or requirements, and you can get no waivers or variances, and you can't afford, and you can't make it cost effective to undertake the project in the first place. So it's a matter of we need the added design flexibility. And, we see very little reason to institute a blanket abandonment of the county's ability to review these projects in favor of just requiring a universal design protocol, because we don't think that will be effective and it can't be adapted to individual sites.
But to me, it does speak to livability once the community is built and then you have residents there. It's something, to talk about, I think.
I'm not sure I understand the comment. Could you expand a little bit on what you mean?
So if setbacks are so tight and once the residents buy the houses, and I think that I'm just wondering how desirable the houses will be if they're tight and we've given up on all variances and setbacks and.
Well, I would point out that any development currently being undertaken in Baltimore County is still subject to this variance and waiver review process. So I can't imagine that adding these new housing tools to an existing process is going to make the setbacks and the open space requirements any tighter. I mean, the administrative law judge's standards, which are outlined in this bill and are supposed to be based on the current open space and design requirements of already existing by right 20-foot homes, are going to be essentially the same. So I think that.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood. You're not asking to be relieved from that.
No, we don't want a process where any waiver we ask for is just given to us automatically, where we can change designs. What we want to do is take any waiver or variance to the same already existent design and review process and make our case to an administrative law judge.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Ambrosa.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chair, is Owen Jarvis. Mr. Jarvis, you are a panelist. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone, members of the council. I don't think anybody knows me, so I'll introduce myself quickly and just have a few comments in support of the bill. I'm Owen Jarvis. I am a proud Baltimore County resident and also Director of Legal Services at St. Ambrose Housing Aid Center. We're a nonprofit in Baltimore City, which does a lot of work supporting homeowners and tenants in the county. We have an organization counselors who, among other things, provide financial coaching and rental assistance, coaching, and homeownership counseling for prospective first-time home buyers, and then attorneys like myself who help avoid housing loss for homeowners and tenants. And the reason I'm talking in support of this bill is the affordable housing benefit that it brings, how it expands access to quality affordable housing in the county. As home prices have increased and rents have increased and interest rates have increased and the cost of living's increased, wages have not increased accordingly. And of course, the available stock of quality affordable housing in Baltimore County hasn't increased either, which has placed a significant strain on the clients I serve, low and moderate income individuals who are seeking affordable housing opportunities. This trend, we've seen this trend in our services, our housing counselors who provide first-time home buyer counseling. They've had a consistent number of Baltimore County residents seeking assistance in the first-time home buyer counseling, but the numbers of those clients who ultimately go on to close on a Baltimore County home sale has decreased steadily over the past 2 years as this increased strain on prospective home buyers has been exacerbated by market conditions. And just for myself as an attorney who deals with the not fun stuff, housing loss, foreclosure, eviction, and that kind of stuff, trying to help individuals avoid it, it's very clear to me that the best way to avoid housing loss is to set folks up with sustainable, affordable housing up front so that there's less likely a chance that it gets to the point where they have to come see me. But that's difficult when the opportunities for affordable housing are so difficult to come by. And it's those opportunities which this bill helps create The narrower homes permitted by the bill will have lower market prices due to the smaller size for the prospective home buyers, prospective renters. So the bill allows for constructions of new affordable housing while also setting aside a portion of the units for the households that are more like the clients I see, the low and moderate income individuals, which we very strongly support. And the fact that this bill helps ensure access to rental and homeownership opportunities, that's really the thrust of my support for this bill. That's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jarvis. We appreciate you and everything St. Ambrose does in terms of helping our most vulnerable folks here in the region. So I
Thanks
thank
so
you.
much.
Sure. Next, let's move on to, we have another? Do we have another? Do we have another? All right.
Just want to make sure we hadn't left anybody off. Can I put in a plug that I'm feeling old, but St. Ambrose is one of the organizations we fund to do the homeownership counseling, but also Owen's a former student of mine, which makes me proud and feel very old all at the same time.
Okay.
All right. I'm back for the fourth and final this evening.
All right. Give it your all.
All right. Well, we saved the best for last. I'm here on behalf of the administration, along with my colleagues, Directors Riley and Gutwald, to present Council Bill 7-23, which would update the county's existing statute relating to accessory apartments, also known as ADUs. So I'm not gonna do my remarks as I'm just gonna cut right to it. This is a common sense piece. This is probably legally the smallest change we're asking to make in existing law. What we're doing, simply put, is we're expanding a definition of related from direct relation to relation by blood marriage or adoption. And we're removing the bar on compensation. I understand that there's other things we'll talk about there, but this to me may seem like an administrative change, but it is really one of the more dramatic opportunities to help with housing for a specific portion of our community. Again, we would remove the term immediate as well as references to grandparents, parents, and children, meaning accessory apartments would be available for residency by family members related by blood, marriage, or adoption. As you may be aware, the Affordable Housing Work Group specifically recommended the county consider changes to this particular statute. This is one of the Affordable Housing Work Group requests that is specifically laid out in what we're doing tonight. Again, I'd like to thank Councilman Patoka and the others in the room that were part of that work group and included that in their recommendations. We believe the proposed changes are a moderate step that would primarily benefit the county's older adults. Reasonably expanding the type of family members who can live in these units would meet the needs of modern families by giving a broader set of older adults and others the opportunity to age in place in close proximity to their families. Removing the bar on compensation will help these arrangements become financially viable for some families. Before I turn it over, I had the honor of representing Baltimore County and presenting at a housing panel yesterday in DC. We heard directly from one of the senior advisors on economic policy at the White House, who expressed the opinion of the administration that ADUs are, and I'm quoting him, a critical piece of the housing puzzle, potentially a game changer for older adults looking to age in place, looking at the data across the country. In fact, and I checked to make sure I was able to repeat this, he mentioned the potential of additional aid in the new budget cycle for seniors trying to add intergenerational living components. There's also a movement to change FHA rules that would allow seniors in Baltimore County to apply for FHA loans to expand their living arrangements, create in-law apartments or ADUs for intergenerational family living. You would base the ability to apply for those FHA loans on future compensation, which we currently bar, which means a senior would not be able to apply for FHA loans to do this type of work on their house. And in fact, if they were receiving money under the table, which the current law in effect forces them to do, they couldn't put that on an FHA application without being guilty of a federal crime. So this, in addition to everything you're going to hear about coming up, puts us on course to be ahead of the ball for something that is a national issue, again, for us to be ahead of this and allow our seniors and others to take advantage of these potential benefits. And with that, I think it's really important on this one to hear directly about the types of issues we're talking about. So I wanted to ask Director Riley to take the mic.
Good evening, Councilman Jones, members of the County Council.
Good evening.
Good evening. I come to you this evening to highlight the housing crisis that's facing the older adults of Baltimore County. As you know, the older adult population is growing at an unprecedented rate. Recent census data tells us there are 212,000 residents 60 plus in Baltimore County. That's 25% of our total population. With aging comes a host of decisions and challenges. Individuals retire, typically resulting in less expendable income. Many will experience losses of family members or spouses, which can also dramatically reduce the funds coming into their home. Add to that the development of health challenges and mobility issues, and housing becomes a paramount issue. Those who have been renters are now facing increasing rents along with the increased price of everything else. We can talk about eggs at another time. Being priced out of the market rate rentals has become the new housing nightmare for older adults. With rent increases out of control, lifelong renters on fixed incomes are finding it more and more difficult to secure reasonable rents. 13,292 county residents over the age of 65 are living at or below the poverty level. The poverty level right now for a single person is $1,215 a month or less to cover their housing, their food, their medical care, utilities, transportation, and all of the other living expenses. I received a letter from a lady named Patty who shared her story but wasn't able to come tonight. She asked that I share her situation with you in hopes to give you a glimpse of what's happening out there. Patty is 66 years old. She's currently living in a senior apartment building in Towson with the rent of $995 a month. When her lease renews on August 1st, it will go up to $1,030 per month. Her income is $907 per month. You heard me right. Her income is less than her rent. 1 year ago, she was evicted from an apartment that she lived in for many years when the owner decided to sell that house. There, she was able to have roommates to cover her costs. But with nowhere else to go, the property owner agreed to cover the difference for 1 year at a senior apartment building, which was very generous. However, that's about to be gone. She has nowhere to go. She's on a wait list for a smaller or a studio apartment, but they don't become available very often. She's unable to work due to health issues, so her income is not likely to change. She's on a wait list at senior housing sites, but there's no movement on the waiting list, and the HUD vouchers are closed and has a multi-year waiting list. In essence, she will be homeless by July 31st. This is not an uncommon story that we're hearing. Affordable senior housing is experiencing wait lists like never before. Catholic Charities, which operates 25 senior apartment buildings in the greater Baltimore area, reported to us a wait list of 2,700 people. Comprehensive Housing Assistance Incorporated, CHI, has a 24-plus month waiting list for their senior apartments. This is reflective of an overall affordable senior housing shortage, and sadly, many individuals will never be able to move into these buildings because the wait list is so long. Individuals are literally waiting for someone to move to a nursing home or to die in order to move up on the wait list. Baltimore County DHCD reported that 897 individuals 62 plus were served in county homeless shelters during FY22. While we don't have the data on each of these people's individual circumstances, I think we can surmise that some of them simply cannot afford housing in today's market. Those needing care assistance are even in worse circumstances, with the average cost of assisted living being just shy of $5,000 a month. To get assistance with paying for assisted living in Maryland, you must go on the Medicaid Waivery Registry, which has a wait list of several years as well. Then when your name comes up on the list, you then must qualify financially and medically or go back on the list and start over. One alternative that's proven successful in other parts of the country is ADUs, accessory dwelling units, or what in the industry we lovingly call granny flats. Being able to reside close to family but having the dignity of your own space is a win-win. Having a housing unit attached or on the same property as family allows for pooling of financial resources, access to family caregivers, and supports in a familiar community. As we've said, people are living longer. Middle-aged adults find themselves caring for their parents, their aunts, their uncles, their grandparents, and healthcare costs are rising. Options that were previously affordable are now too expensive for the low and middle income. Housing costs are growing at historically unseen rates, and older adult homeowners on fixed incomes and empty nesters can't afford the upkeep, nor pass up those irresistible offers for flippers to come in and buy out their house. But do they really need to leave their home? By adding a modest-sized accessory dwelling unit to an existing single-family property, owners can have a family member move in for caregiving services, house their young children or adult children in transition, out of college, a divorce, unemployment, or on the reverse, a middle-aged child can create an ADU on their property to move in an elderly relative who may have financial difficulties in securing adequate housing. ADUs are flexible. They allow homeowners to adapt their property as their needs change, and they've been proven useful in housing adult children with disabilities who may minimally need supervision and just can't afford market rate rentals. In areas that have successfully allowed ADUs, the quality of life in the neighborhood slowly but steadily improves. Families move less often, increasing neighborhood stability and slowing gentrification. Neighborhood safety increases because there are more eyes on the streets throughout the day, and family members can support each other better. Seniors can age in place and avoid the often severe emotional crisis of having to move, and everyone is less lonely. No other type of housing provides so many different benefits simultaneously to individuals of all ages and to their neighborhoods. In our Baltimore County Age-Friendly Community Survey conducted in 2019, the majority of respondents identified the lack of affordable housing or the availability of affordable home modifications to help them stay in their neighborhoods. Creating opportunities to improve the county's housing inventory and new developments that are accessible for people with disabilities is a top priority that was identified by our housing work group, which was made up of experts in senior housing, consumers, nonprofit developers, advocates, academics, and community planners. The Age-Friendly Baltimore County Housing Work Group advocated for the exploration of creative and flexible housing options that offer social components, including co-housing, home sharing between different generations, and accessible dwelling units. This housing crisis creates the ideal environment to allow more creative housing solutions. And with this in mind, I ask that you vote for Bill 723 to allow more flexibility in the existing ADU statute to expand the possibilities for aging in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the members? Sir? Are you signed up to speak? If you want, we will give you a couple of minutes to speak when others have done so. We'll give you a chance to come right up here and say whatever you like to say. Right now, any questions or comments from the members?
I have a question.
Yes.
I do too. Sure.
We'll start there.
I'll let Councilman Catch go first.
Okay, Councilman Catch?
Thank you very much.
Sure.
The gentleman to my left and I have very small families. What happens when you run out of family and you put this addition on your house or you've built a separate accessory building on your property? What happens? Good.
I don't know if you want me to get on my spiel, but what basically when the need for the unit terminates, they have to convert it back to a single unit.
They have to what?
Convert it back to a single family home.
You realize, well, they have to tear down the.
Well, typically that means removing the kitchen or removing like a stove. We have, in our declaration of understanding, they understand that they have to convert.
Who's going to enforce this?
We do. So there's a renewal every 2 years. They have to come in every 2 years to say the need still exists. There's a declaration of understanding that identifies the family member and lists that family member that is going to be living in that accessory dwelling unit. That is recorded in the land records and notarized, okay? So that runs with the property. So if anybody if the property does get flipped, it is flagged that there's a declaration of understanding that this individual, this has an accessory dwelling unit that this individual is to be utilizing that accessory dwelling unit or accessory apartment is what it's legally called. When that or that, that use terminates, they have to contact us and then they have to convert the building back to a normal.
How realistic is that?
Well, I mean, it's done all the time. Primarily, I mean, you have issues where, I mean, when they put the addition out of the house, it turns into a probably normal room, an extra addition room. They remove many of the parts of what functions as a second dwelling unit, which is typically the kitchen. So when you remove a stove and you remove those types of activities, that's how we enforce the building to revert back to a single unit.
I can name you 2 cases where they ran out of family and they're renting to non-family. I just don't think it's realistic that we're going to be able to enforce this. And but my major question is
that exists today.
Oh, I know, and this will even make it wider because you're going to have more people building accessory, either buildings or additions to their house. Above the Erdel, in northern Baltimore County, let's say that someone wants to build an accessory addition or a separate building, which you can do. Would the separate building need a separate septic system?
It depends on what the septic system can and cannot handle. I mean, that would be a health department call, groundwater management call. It's not my call. But it would require special exceptions, so it would go through an agency review process to see what would be the requirements for that accessory dwelling or accessory apartment.
I mean, what worries me is that we have an interest, everybody up here and all the people in Baltimore County have an interest in keeping our water clean in northern Baltimore County because that's where our drinking water comes from for the rest of the county. So. And a proliferation of septic systems will pollute, can pollute.
Right. So they have to make sure they would have to meet those requirements under groundwater management.
Now, what about variances? Let's say, you have, an acre lot or a half acre. Are the variances going to be, are they going to be able to ask for variances from how close to the property line these buildings can be? This is an issue that we've been fighting forever. And obviously this widens things. This is going to end up with more accessory buildings. And it's of concern to me outside of the Erdel. Major concern. And let's take somebody who has within the Erdel lives in a community where the homes are on acre lots. Does that mean if the land is zoned DR2, which is two, you know what that is? Does that mean they could build another house on that?
They could build an accessory structure to be used as a dwelling unit, but they would have to meet all the zoning regulations and all the environmental regulations in order to put that on there. If they wanted, everybody gets due process, so they could, if they wanted a variance, they'd have to go in front of the administrative law judge and ask for the relief. The public would be notified, and then, that's a public hearing in front of the ALJ if people had concerns regarding groundwater or septic systems failing in the area.
I just have a concern that this is going to take its toll on our suburban communities, possibly cram them with additional buildings, homes, et cetera. And then, as I said, I'm concerned about the septic systems in northern Baltimore County as well, because of the fact that we drink the water that comes from North County into the 3 reservoirs. So, yeah, they're concerns that I have. And, I just don't think it's very realistic to think that people aren't going to, once they run out of family, rent to others. And so I think people will see this as a way to make money and will build these accessory buildings. We could put a second floor on our garage and have an apartment up there and I have a small family, but I could find someone to live there for a while. Then when they move out, then what?
Well, if you're going to do it through the accessory apartment, you're going to have to do a declaration of understanding of who's going to live there. I'm just saying, there are control mechanisms in place. I get that people are going to circumvent the law, but that becomes a code enforcement issue, right? So we have to be aware of that, and then we can go after them, because if they don't have a declaration of understanding, it's not the individual who was identified on that property, then they are, violating the code.
What is the penalty for,
Well, for zoning violations, it's $200, but I mean, that can escalate for each and every time we visit the site. So it goes in front of the ALJ, all that good stuff.
this could really change the character of suburban Baltimore County? And I have a problem with it.
Okay.
I really do. And
The use is there. I mean, we just expanded family from immediate to the general family, and now they can, and compensation. So if any of those activities are going on right now, that doesn't change what the code, I mean, we still have this type of use. I don't know how it changes the landscape, but that's, you heard Laura's, there is a demand, there is a need for these types of uses. I think that's given. So yes, it may be expanded because that's the intention, to allow more people to take advantage of this type of unit for those purposes. But there are control mechanisms in place, like I said, for PAI to enforce that it's being used for the right reasons.
well, in the name of providing more housing for people, I just see it as something that the county will probably turn its back on and not really enforce it, to be blunt about it. And I have a concern about that. I understood with, what an advantage this would be for grandmothers, grandfathers, et cetera. But there's definitely a negative side to it. And so I think that you need to take a look at what the penalty is going to be for not following the law.
So the other part of this, that's another thing that PAI is doing, is escalating penalties. So when people continue, what we've done as part of this administration is raise the bar, or raise the awareness of who is violating and the repeat offenders. And we're escalating those penalties to take them, in front of a court. Like I was saying earlier, we'll get them in front of a, court proceeding and do injunctions against these individuals. My original intent was try and file criminal charges, which have, profound effects on that person's personal life.
Right.
So it is to grab a hold of the attention of these people who are what I would call repeat offenders, or what I say, ignoring me. When I send them a notification that you're not in compliance with the code, and they continue to ignore me, I will escalate their attention to that matter in front of a judge, not just the administrative law judge, but the court systems of Maryland.
So are you saying that this is already a problem under the current law?
I'm just saying in general,
Or in
code
general.
enforcement, in code enforcement, we're dealing with
Gotcha.
these issues. I mean, I guess I'm addressing your issue because you see a concern from an ongoing lackadaisical approach to code enforcement, and we've changed that. It's modified, so.
No, I'm just saying under this particular provision that there might be a, turning your back, not your back, but
I got you.
not to be funny, but what if I have a second cousin by marriage? Is that a family member?
It's a relative. Yes, I think we.
Say that again.
Yes, it's a relative.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilman Ertel?
So my concern with this bill is merely the profit motive. So once, and that's a big deal. So it's one thing to change the definition of family, and we all get that we're all living in different circumstances now. But to make this a profit motive to be able to charge rent is going to drive abuse. And all you have to do, everyone in the audience right now, if you go on YouTube, you'll get 50 videos about how to make money off ADUs. People are using them for Airbnbs. In California, they allow 3 per yard. 3. This is what they're doing in California. This is a big buzzword, ADUs. I know we've already have this on the books. It's been on the books since 2011. I think we really need to be careful here, and I agree with Councilman Ketch. There's a lot of things that we're not thinking about here. And I'll read you just a piece from the National Homeowners Associations. They say here, under certain circumstances, accessory dwelling units may cause many unattended adverse consequences in a community, including, but not limited to, parking issues, alteration of intended design, overcrowding of residents and structures, overtaxing common facilities and amenities, and increasing traffic congestion, all without a mechanism to reallocate assessment allocations to account for the changes which would create an associated burden upon the community. And this is one of the things that worries me, is that once you put the profit motive in, then you're dealing with all kinds of people who are going to want to be able to buy a single family home and put a second dwelling on it and rent it out. And we don't seem to have any provisions in this bill. You say it's a $200 fine. We also generate no new tax revenue. So if someone's renting these, and Director Riley, I appreciate everything you said about the older community, but I think a lot of these homes are going to be rented by multiple family people who are not over the age of 65. It's not necessarily going to be a tool to house older people. And I think the only way to pass this bill is if we have some kind of safeguards in it with either amendments or higher fines or higher fees to do these things. That you're giving us some assurance that we're not going to end up with, as a council person, half of what I deal with is neighbor problems. And when we're going to allow a house to be built, if I can build a house in my backyard and then my neighbor says, well, Mike did it, why can't I'll do it too, and I'll rent it out to, whoever I want. I could see these in Bowley's Quarters where people build these, and you see this if you pull up videos, people who live in more desirable places where there's some potential for almost like a vacation home. We could have these in Bowley's Quarters or waterfront properties where people build an ADU and they're renting it out as an Airbnb. And then it's up to us to deal with that. And I don't think we're going to tear them down. I think it's going to add a lot of administrative burden to the county. We're not adding any more code enforcement people to deal with this. We're not adding any resources to the burden that it's going to create. We have neighborhoods that are a certain density now, and 20 years from now, what's DR2 mean anymore? It means DR4. Or it means DR 3.5 is DR7 now. And then maybe we add 3 houses and then it's something else. But I feel like this is a good bill at heart, but the devil's always in the details. And I think it's not well thought out at this point, but that's just my opinion, so. Thank you.
Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some correspondence related to this bill related to the constitutionality of it. Could you speak to the constitutionality of the current statute that we have on the books?
If I may.
Okay.
Sure. The constitutionality of the current bill that's on the book.
Current statute, the current,
Okay.
not the bill, but the current statute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Young. I do have some concerns when you look at the current language as it relates to immediate family units. As you know, the regulation currently defines immediate family referring to grandparents, parents, or parents' children by blood, marriage, or adoption. And based upon a case precedent, I'm concerned that the regulation, the current regulation, looks at certain categories of relatives that are related by blood, adoption, or marriage living together, as opposed to allowing all who are related by blood, adoption, or marriage to live together. I'm concerned that there may be a finding, if there's a legal challenge, that there could be a court finding that it would be arbitrary, as well as a potential violation of due process. And the reason why I'm saying that is because there's nothing to show, that at least that I've seen, or I'm aware of, that all who are related by blood, adoption, or marriage have any less need for the advantages of living in an accessory apartment or an ADU than particular categories of relatives, that is grandparents, parents, or parents' children by blood, marriage, or adoption, as currently defined in the regulation. So as I see it, to amend to allow all who are related by blood, adoption, or marriage to live together, that may be more likely to pass muster if there's a legal challenge.
Gotcha. So you're saying that by at least amending the current statute?
By expanding family, I think that you take care of any potential constitutional issue.
Appreciate that. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, just in this, sorry, goes back to you. I didn't want to, doesn't matter who answered, just wanted to make sure somebody answered. Right now, ADUs are a specific thing. We currently have ADUs in the county.
Correct.
Right. Do we know how many ADUs we currently have?
So, we're trying to do a better count on this, but there's about 200 of them, because I know there's about 100 that have gone through a special hearing process. I just don't know of those 200, how many are still active, because it dates back, 20 years.
So,
yeah.
and there are ADUs, and then there are rental properties that are completely two separate things.
Correct. We have like 14,000 rental properties. So.
And out of those 200 that you don't know how many are active, how many new ones are you from year to year?
From year to year, we probably do about a handful, 2, 3 ADUs a year.
Gotcha.
There's been a couple of years where it's been as many as 10, but most years it's somewhere between 5 and 10.
There's an expectation obviously there's an expectation of expanding. What's the expectation of a year-to-year increase?
I wouldn't expect any increase necessarily. There might be a steady pace of them rather than jumping up and down, if you will. So.
And as it is now, and as the bill's currently stated, this isn't creating an ADU by right. Just because you want one doesn't mean you get one.
Correct.
And it's not just like, oh, what a great idea, I'm going to go circumvent the process and make some money off of it. That's not the intent or the current process.
No, and I think there's a lot of the people would have to go way out of their way for the Declaration of Understanding to lie to me, because it's something that's notarized and put in, there's several people involved reviewing that Declaration of Understanding, that this is for a family member and this is the person they list. And then it's recorded in the land record. So it's sworn, but it's notarized. So it's an extensive process, particularly if you're going to do a detached one. It requires a special exception. So you got to go through a hearing and post the property and all that good stuff. So if you're going to do a detached unit, that requires the ALJ to approve it and notifies the community and surrounding area. So.
Gotcha. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. First, I apologize. I'm going to have to leave. It's almost 8 o'clock, and I'm sorry. I have something else. I do have two points to make. Look, the first is a question. We went through a process involving the planning board with the other bill, the townhouse bill, and I thought that was the right way to do it. Why didn't we go to the planning board on this one? Thoughts?
I don't have any thoughts. The other one I think was sort of brought on by the county council, so that process was established. This one was brought on as part of a workforce development. There were lots of different people involved with identifying this recommendations, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Director Hickey.
Well, no, and I don't know if it's worth Steve coming back up, but I think before we were changing something that goes to the heart of the entire process. Here, you're keeping the process the same rigorous one it was. You're expanding the definition and removing compensation, which is programmatic, not to the planning zoning piece. So
Okay.
that was why.
Okay, Ms. Riley, did the Commission on Aging look at this at all? They didn't look at this, right?
They have not, no, and we don't typically involve the commission. It's something we can certainly do, but it was a recommendation of our age-friendly process, which did involve commission members, and Councilman Patoka is on that committee as well. But it was a recommendation from that group.
Thank you. Regarding the second point, Mr. Benjamin's testimony, I represented Towson for 12 years, and I was always being told by landlords that this law was unconstitutional. And my personal opinion is, if it's unconstitutional, wait for it to be declared unconstitutional, and then maybe you respond then. I understand why the administration's pursuing this. I get it. I understand there's a need to accommodate older Baltimore Countyans, but the constitutional question, I think, is one that we could always address if the courts strike this down.
Okay, I guess I want to be clear on a couple of things so I understand. I know we were talking about accessory uses like over top of a garage, but will we actually allow someone to take a loan out and build another structure on their property?
Because people take loans out all the time to do additions to their property. So, I mean, you can borrow on the home to improve the house.
Well,
So
I guess the point I'm making, I guess where I'm trying to go is anyone here, including myself, things happen. I remember my mother-in-law got very ill. We moved her in with us. Anybody here has the right to move anybody they want in their home. But what we're talking about is building another separate quarters for someone to live and then be able to charge them. So if it's their family member and you want them to live, if you want to go live with grandma, great. You want to move grandma with you, great. But you're talking about building another unit with a separate living quarters with kitchen and bath and everything else, and then being able to charge. I think that's where some of my colleagues are getting that's where I think the rub is, that's where I think the issue is. Because there's nothing greater on the face of this earth than America. And we are driven by capitalism, which is the need to make money. And when you say that you can do this thing and make money, for us to think that it won't be abused, I'll sell you a bridge in New York for a cheap price
So I would like to
and
address
make me some money.
Councilman's Couch's one thing. There is a limit to the size of these units. So it's 1,200 square feet and only 2,000 square feet if it's detached. So there is a limit to the size of these things.
2,000 square feet
If it's detached.
for
1,200 square
detached.
feet. So, 1,200 for detached. I had it reversed. Sorry.
Wait a minute, say it again?
It's 1,200 square feet for a detached, 2,000 square feet within the existing dwelling unit.
Okay.
So,
Any additional questions or comments? We got a few callers or people signed up. And Chris, let's bring up the first person.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I wasn't prepared. Our first speaker on this bill is Gloria Nelson, and Ms. Nelson is here in person.
Ms. Nelson, it's always good to see you, and thank you for hanging in there so long. Oh, you look like you're doing pretty good.
Never count out Gloria Nelson.
There you go. It's not what? Oh, yeah, you got that right.
Good evening, Chair, Mr. Chair, and to my Councilman Crandall, and to all other members. Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity. I am Gloria Nelson, the president of the Turner Station Conservation Teams, as well as a member of the work group for affordable housing. So I served on the work group as well. And I found that this was really important for me to take time out to be with you this afternoon. The county executive wants Baltimore County to be the place where every family can find a safe place called home. We strongly support this bill that will allow opportunities, and keep that in mind, opportunities to keep family together, and it will allow the older family member more opportunity to age in place. Keep in mind that it specifies for family members, not allowing strangers to rent those types of units. Again, not allowing strangers or any others to rent these units. It can be another solution to our shortage in affordable housing units for our seniors. It will allow them to remain close to their family members and carve out a space that they could call their own. This bill contributes to the stabilization of families. A stronger family make a stronger community. And on a personal note, my mom died 1 year from this month. Last year, February the 26th. And Councilman Crandall, thank you so very much for your support to me and my family during that difficult time. We really appreciate it and still do appreciate you. At that time, I was the power of attorney. My dad died 3 years prior to my mom's, 3 years prior. Her home, they owned, very accommodating and accessible. We had very much accessibilities for her to be mobile within her home. And when I was not there or another family member was not there, because I'm taking care of my own home as well as hers, her home was not conducive for me to move in, nor was my home conducive for her to move in with me. We paid we paid out of her savings for someone to be with her while a family member was not there. It got to be extremely expensive. It got to be, well, since I've been here all evening, I'm gonna keep talking. It got to be a point where we recognized she could no longer stay home alone and no longer age in her home. It was a difficult decision for me to relocate my mom to Chicago. With great resistance, she did not want to move. She would call me, we would have video cams talk, and then with COVID, it limited my visit to her. This was very difficult for my family. And I'm telling you from a personal experience, it was very difficult. My mom was away 5 years prior to her death. I had to transport her remains back here in Baltimore for her services, because this is where we had planned to have everything with her and my dad being together. I strongly encourage you to stay focused on the real purpose of this bill. While I'm hearing that there are so many concerns and maybe glitches that may need to continue to be ironed out, but please don't lose the focus. Don't lose the focus of having your family member, even maybe yourselves, because we are all getting older. Where would you want to age in place? Just think about that. Let's work together to resolve whatever concerns or issues that you have. And let's not think of this as a profit making for one who has been through the experience and had a mother to be relocated out of her home with great resistance. When she died, I had only one regret. And my only regret was that I was not able to have her to age in home. Please, I say to all of you, consider that. Let's stay focused on the seniors. And as we are all aging ourselves, I am now a senior. And I certainly hope that my family would take care of me when it was time. One thing we did not do was put my mom or dad in long-term care. We sacrificed what we needed to do, but we also sacrificed what she desired in her last years of life. I say to you, don't let this happen to anyone else who would desire to have the opportunity to be able to have their senior, their loved one, age in place. Again, the opportunity is what we're looking at. Allow them to have the opportunity. Don't take this away from people, and it may be even yourselves. Put yourselves in that situation, and let's not think of what is a profit making, but let's stay focused on the seniors and their needs. Thank you very much, and for your time and your tolerance for me and my personal concern of this bill. And I also invite all of you to please come to Turner Station and visit Lions Homes. It is really a model for what's to come. The management has worked with us as an association. They have worked with their residents. They have allowed their residents to be all of this process, continue to be part of this process, and that's just a side piece. So anytime you are welcome to Turner Station and have a tour, we'll roll out the red carpet for you. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and my condolences for your loss. And thank you so much for sharing your very touching story with us. Appreciate you opening up and sharing that with us. We appreciate it very much. And again, thank you for hanging in there so long.
Thanks, Gloria.
Sure. Next speaker.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Donna.
Gloria, always a pleasure to see you.
Donna Delano New, and she is testifying virtually.
Okay.
Ms. Newworth, you are on as a panelist. You may unmute yourself.
Donna, we can't hear you.
Thank you. It took me a minute to get on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. You can turn your camera on if you like.
I'm trying to, sorry. I don't know why it's not turning on. That's not even myself or my picture. Anyway, I'm sorry.
You're cloaked.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify in support of this legislation. Boy, the last two people that testified, especially Ms. Riley, kind of just, stole my thunder. I had that privilege and opportunity to work for Ms. Riley as the age-friendly coordinator with the housing work group that endorsed and heavily supported ADUs and expansion in our county. I live in Towson, District 6. I'm a retired aging professional. I've worked for ARP Maryland and ARP National on the state level as a long-term care specialist for many years. And then, of course, I had the privilege of working for the county and the state of Maryland in aging. So I think I know a little bit about what seniors want, including myself. I'm a senior now. And more importantly, what they need. I think Ms. Riley said it also. I won't repeat much. Just to know that I don't think this is going away. There is 1.4 million ADUs legalized in the United States. ARP, Shelter Force, other organizations are continuing to promote and pass legislation in different municipalities and counties across the state. I'm not a legal scholar, but I'm not sure I understand the constitutionality of it all, given that there are so many other municipalities right here in Maryland that do this well. And then I think there are a lot of lessons learned. If you look at Montgomery County, just in 2019, they, like you, are wanting to update their ADU legislation because it is here to stay. It's not going away. I think they're a good model to look at as well. Both ARP and the American Planning Association joined forces and recently updated their model ordinances for local ordinances for ADUs that I think is worth taking a look at, as well as model state legislation. I believe that concerns, well, let me just go back and say something about money and profit. I understand the concerns. I understand there are concerns for abuse, for sure. But if you look at these other municipalities and other model legislation, there are so many safeguards in place. In comparison to what's been proposed here, this is extremely moderate piece of legislation. So I encourage you to take the time to look a little further at some of these things. And I do think that there are valid concerns that you've expressed, but again, there are lots of safeguards that will need oversight. You know, I don't know how much money it's going to cost and so forth, but like any other kind of new housing proposal, it is going to take some time and effort. Regarding money, you know, your unlimited income, even if you have resources, some of that money for rental income can go towards people staying out of long-term care facilities. Assisted living in the county, like the rest of the country, is exorbitant. People just can't afford it. You heard Ms. Riley talk about the waiting lists. It's impossible. People just can't afford assisted living. And of course, you don't want your loved one or yourself ending up in a nursing home, which, by the way, you'd have to pay for yourself unless you could spend down. So I think that the money and the rental income is a very valid. I think all the concerns around the parking, environmental impact, traffic, abuse of landlord-tenant issues, again, can all be addressed if you look just to local ordinances. Annapolis also, including in my Montgomery County recommendation. Having said all that, and hearing all the concerns, I think that one of the things you might want to think about that other municipalities have done is do pilots, a couple of pilots in the county, and just try to hash out some of these things that need to be done. I encourage you to really think hard about this bill because and the ADUs, because I do think that it will be continuing to be a proposal and also a concern for the seniors in the county. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. for hanging in there and speaking with us, Ms. Donna.
Thanks,
Sure.
Donna.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chair, is Ed Kilcullen, and Mr. Kilcullen is here in person.
Ed, how you doing, sir? Good, good.
Long night, Mr. Ed.
When I wrote this, I said, good afternoon, now it's good evening. Chairman Jones and members of the County Council, my name is Ed Kilcullen, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Housing Communities Alliance, which is a coalition of more than 30 community associations representing more than 40,000 residents in the greater Towson area. While we appreciate the need for affordable housing in Baltimore County, particularly for seniors, the TCA is opposed to the bill, to Bill 723, in its current form for the following reasons, many of which have been mentioned by Councilman Koch and Councilman Artel. The legislation, and I think the key issue here is enforcement, as Councilman Koch mentioned. You know, we currently have rental registration law that's been on the books for several years. You know, it's pretty much self-report when an investor has a rental property. They can only rent to two people who are unrelated. We routinely, I live right near Towson University. We routinely have houses rented to 4, 5, or 6 Towson University students. In fact, I had half the baseball team living in the house next door to me. When I saw them at the house, before they even moved in, I went over and pointed out, I live next door, you know, just want to make you aware, you can only have 2 people, 2 unrelated people. The real estate agent was there. She very quickly said, there are only 2 on the lease. There are only 2 on the lease. And I said, I know the game. You put 2 people on the lease, and then you cram as many people as you want in there. The landlords know this game. They coach the tenants to say this. If the neighbors ask you why you're there, you know, do you live at that house? No, I'm just visiting. It's a game. The investors know it. So I think, and the enforcement is not there. Whether the county doesn't have the resources, we keep adding parking enforcement. You know, oh, get parking permits. There's no increase in the enforcement of the parking permits. I got a new car last January. I haven't had a parking permit. I didn't get a parking permit until like a month ago. I never got a ticket. Thankfully, I never got a ticket. There's no enforcement of parking in our community. So while it's great, you get these parking permits on your car, you pay $24, $36. If you're late, God forbid, or you have to get visitors passes, it's a joke. There's no enforcement. So I think enforcement relies on community members to track who's living there, license tags. I can't tell you how many times I've been to hearings with the same landlords who lie, pack more students in these houses. I do all my research and collect license plate numbers and so on, and the judges let them off. Oh, the owner says, oh, I didn't know there were that many people living there. I have the lease. There are only 2 people on the lease. So I think the key here, again, is enforcement, and the county is not equipped to enforce this legislation. You know, it's, again, self-report. There's no proof. There's no requirement for proof of family. You know, I've had code enforcement people say, oh, well, they're sisters or they're cousins. Well, how do you know that? Well, they told me. You know, as Councilman Koch mentioned and Councilman Artel, you know, the potential for abuse with this is rampant. And either you exempt those communities that live within a 2 or 3 mile radius of Towson University, or you, as was suggested by the previous speaker, one of my suggestions was do a pilot in some community that's not impacted by student housing. You know, the 2011 legislation even mentioned we don't want to oversaturate communities with student housing. You know, it's happened. It's happened. We lost 40 houses in my neighborhood because that were rental properties, and they sold out to a developer. These were affordable, one-time affordable houses. They're sold out to a developer, and they built, you know, a very nice community, but they're $400,000, $500,000 townhouses. So complete loss of affordable housing. And the affordable housing in my neighborhood is being bought up by investors. I have a young family who lives in a townhome in my development, in my community. They wanted to buy a single family house. They got outbid by an investor who bought a single family house that had been occupied by a family. The parents died. The kids auctioned off the house. It was bought by an investor, and now there's 6 students living in there. So we're losing affordable housing, and this bill, instead of increasing opportunities for affordable housing, it risks losing more affordable housing. And again, we're not against the concept of housing for seniors. I'm a senior. I'm the 7th of 8 in my family. I have 6 older sisters who are in their 70s. I'm going to be dealing with that. I don't have children. I'm going to be looking for somebody to take care of me. But there are, too many abuses potential in this legislation. We'd be happy to work with the council or the staff, the county staff, to address some of those issues, look at legislation in other states to address the need, but to prevent some of the problems that come along with this. Sorry, I know I'm way over time, but.
Okay. Well, we thank you for your time, hanging in there. Thank you for testifying. And I guess I had one question for you. Maserati, Lamborghini, or Mercedes? The new car you bought.
Oh, no, it's a 2016 Honda Accord.
Okay. Okay.
Nothing fancy.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ed.
Sure. Next caller, please.
Our next speaker is Eric Rockel, who is also here in person.
I think we're good night soon. Is that mic on? We want to make sure everybody can hear you. There you go.
There we go. I'm here today because I think this bill is very well intentioned, but as was said earlier, the devil is in the detail. I want to reinforce what a couple people have said about the enforcement of this. I'm very concerned about that. In my experiences with code enforcement, the most difficult thing they have to deal with is verifying if it's more than two people living, unrelated people living in a home. So I'm concerned that similar problem would happen there. Also concerned about the fact that this did not come before the planning board, that there's been no public feedback other than tonight in this venue. I think that was a missed opportunity. Another thing, I know it's not part of the legislation, but I would encourage the county to look at the size of ADUs, okay? As was stated before, we allow for detached ADUs up to 1,200 square feet. But I can rattle off 5 or 6 jurisdictions outside of Maryland right now that have levels less than that. Generally 800 to up to 1,000. The one exception to that is California has statewide laws that say separate ADUs are to be 1,200 for all jurisdictions in the state of California. They also have another provision that allows for junior ADUs that can be no more than 500 square feet. That's something I wish this county would look at. Another thing that bothers me is in section 400, and again, this law will not change that part of 400, but there's no stated requirement about off-street parking. I think that is a problem that consistently in the places that I've read discussions of other jurisdictions, that has been a big community concern throughout the nation. Finally, let me say this. The state legislature has bills both in the Senate and the House to consider ADUs over the next 2 years if those bills pass. I would suggest that if we implement this law, that the state of Maryland may change the whole paradigm of this with what they come up with in the next 2 years. So my suggestion is, if you want to incorporate this law, do it as a pilot program in some part of the county. Wait until the state comes back 2 years down the road with what will be the statewide regulations, and then adopt a final regulation based on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, as always, Mr. Rocco. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Eric.
Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro, and I will I was just sitting here thinking to myself, 1,200 square feet. We just changed the regulations, or we want to change the regulations on a townhouse from 20 feet to 16 feet. So you can build 16 by 40, 2 stories. That's 1,280 square feet. 16 by 40, 2 stories is 1,280 square feet. Next person.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our final speaker this evening is Jordan Levine, and they are on virtually. Mr. Levin, you are on as a panelist, and you may unmute yourself.
There. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, thank you. I'm the final speaker, and that means everybody's basically said a lot of what I am going to say. I am a representative of the Legislative Committee for the Chesapeake chapter of the Community Associations Institute. Councilman Ertel did quote one of they have a public policy, the Community Associations Institute, on accessory dwelling units. So he did quote one section with regard to the overcrowding of residence structures, overtaxing of facilities and amenities, increased traffic and congestion. So I won't go into that. But most of why we oppose this, mostly because we don't really see a huge effect. We represent most of HOAs in the area here. So most HOAs were built from the 1980s on. Most new developments are HOAs with mandatory assessments and covenants, which would in most cases supersede this. And in the HOAs that we represent, they really only allow one dwelling unit per lot. So what we would be concerned with is if there was any issue that an HOA could get sued between whatever the new zoning that would be put in versus what the architectural committees would determine if it was acceptable or not to have an ADU. We would be very concerned from an HOA perspective on the uniformity of assessments in an HOA cannot increase based on the size or improvement to the unit itself. It's not like the property tax. We're not reassessing somebody on the value of their unit. So if for some reason these were actually allowed to be added into HOAs, the roads, the stormwater management, the clubhouses, all the facilities, the roads, the parking, everything that goes into it would be a major issue for us. We also, it was brought up, Airbnbs were brought up. That's a major issue that we're contending with in HOAs and the oversight of that. Most HOAs are trying to limit or at least even eliminate short-term rentals with Airbnb. We feel that this could be a major issue, and it's hard enough for us to do an oversight in a small HOA. Countywide, I think it would be a huge burden of oversight. And oversight was brought up tonight many times. I think that should be looked at by the council. And I just don't know how we've scratched our heads on how you all are going to provide oversight. I don't think the fines at 200 are probably too low. And when asked the question of how many ADUs are in existence today, there wasn't a great answer. Maybe 200, and so we can't even determine what ADUs exist now. So that is pretty much everything that the other thing is, we're always concerned about, which was brought up tonight, a cottage industry of investors or folks that will inevitably take advantage of the situation and turn or buy units and turn them in or create ADUs and so on and so forth. So I appreciate you all giving me the last few minutes here. I don't want to take any more time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the council, and I'm willing to answer any other questions later on. Please find me or contact me if you want to talk to us more with regard to Bill 723. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Thank you so much for calling in, and thank you for your patience, and really appreciate you adding to the conversation. So I think, are there any closing remarks from any of the council members before we leave? Yes?
Just a question. And I know we already did this, but is it possible, since it was mentioned that there are possibly 200, if that active ADUs in the county, we could get an idea of where they are, where they're concentrated? Appreciate that. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Councilman Ertel?
I'd say we all get out of here
Okay.
as soon as possible.
Well,
Adjourn.
I motion favorably.
I don't know. Let me just say that to everyone, I wish you all a wonderful night. Thank you for spending your Valentine's Day with us. And remember, when you are fortunate enough to have a great partner, they bring out the very best version of you. So thank you for spending your Valentine's Day with us. Thank you and have a good night.